Right, ice shards, guys. Ice shards. Coolest build. Oh, I have my UI. I have to reset my UI. But this build is really fucking awesome. Just gotta finish this wave so I could put my health bars back on. It's a real issue to play without those. But it looks so weird if you don't have monster health bars active, but I do this for like, you know, making the screenshots, and I deactivate like all the UI, and I find it like so annoying that this green whatever Mother's Gift picked up, it's kind of ruining your screenshots, and there's like no way to deactivate it. On attacks, no. Wonderful. Give us the ice shards. So I honestly wanted to play ice shards for... Ice shards was the very first build I played, and I feel like in vanilla D4, ice shards was actually the strongest Sorc build. Like when it was actually an accomplishment to clear the capstone dungeon within, I don't even know what it was, like 4 or 5 hours. You could actually clear the capstone dungeon with ice shards like 10 levels earlier than all the other builds, because it was just doing such huge single target damage, and now basically ice shards does no single target damage at all. But the build is like, I really like it. It's just super cool. It's definitely not the strongest build. But it's pretty cool if you want to farm tier 7s. It is not the best for tier 8s. It's great for the mob phase in tier 8s, but the problem with the bosses is you will always have like 1 or 2 evasive bosses, and it really gets a problem because you just don't have the stagger phases to bring them down in tier 8. Maybe I could if I had absolutely perfect gear, but yeah, it's definitely not a tier 8 farming build. But honestly, tier 8 farming, unless you have like a very, very good build, I would not recommend it anyway. Tier 7 farming is much more solid and much more relaxed. You're not really gonna die, you don't really need to pay attention to anything. And the rewards is... I mean, I would say it's like somewhere around 15 to 20% less than tier 8 maybe. Maybe 25% less, but not more. And it takes a couple of minutes less. So I don't think it's like actually that bad. But I mean the only build you can play right now which is able to consistently farm tier 8s is Lightning Spear anyway, so all the other Sorc builds will not be able to farm tier 8s. Most Sorc builds were able to finish tier 8, but not to farm it. And I think I have... You sometimes get little lags with this build. It's kind of random though. But this is like all bullshit. But it's really, really funny. Especially if you get like a lot of mobs. Like I would really like to push Pit with this, but it just doesn't work. Like you can clear the trash in tier 150s without like any problems. It's like very satisfying. But this build literally has no boss damage. I mean, it's fine for tormented bosses and all that stuff. They just don't have any hit points, right? So it's not a problem. But it's not for like high HP bosses like Infernal Hordes tier 8. Or like anything above Pit tier 120, really. Oh, that was... I feel like I'm missing something. Not sure. That guy's like frozen in the air. So, to my surprise, there's no nerf for Lightning Spear in the patch notes for Season 6 and, you know, Vessel of Hatred. So I don't really know what I should think about that, because they specifically showed the new destruction glyph, which gives you like a crazy amount of critical strike damage. And I don't really know what to think about. There's not being a nerf for Lightning Spear. Maybe it's... I don't even think there's going to be a mid-season patch, honestly, to nerf it. So I guess it's probably going to stay the same. My thinking is, we don't know the new content yet, right? How boss-focused it will be. But if you really... you can transform this build into doing like a lot more damage against group mobs. So the more mobs in a group you have, like maybe the new raid or whatever will have like very strong trash groups of mobs. If you like shoot like 10 elites on a stack, this build does absolute crazy damage. So maybe there will be a spot for a build like this in this upcoming raids thing, if it's really gonna be any difficult. Probably the raids thing is just gonna be like phase roll content anyway, but you know, you never know. But it's cool, it's fun to play. And I really like worked a lot on this build. Like it took me like 4 or 5 days to really figure everything out. There's a lot of nuances in this build. But yeah, it's absolutely fun. Yeah, but 30 Conjurations is really not a nerf to that build. In a real scenario, you will not get much more than 30 Conjurations with Lightning Spear. You know, you might get like 40, but that's also the high point. Like these 50 to 60 Conjurations, that's just on 5 training dummies where overflowing energy hits an infinite amount of targets. So it's not really... I don't think the nerf for the build is the Conjuration limit. It's maybe gonna remove like 10 to 15% of the damage of the build. Yeah, so you peak at like 41 to 44, but a lot of the times you don't have those. But even if you do, like even if you would have so many, if you can only have 30, then you can kind of shift priorities a bit, right? You can remove a little bit of cooldown reduction and move it into like other stats. So, I mean, even then, right? It is not a very strong nerf. Like I would expect it to be like a 15% nerf or something like that. So, but it's honestly not what I expected. But maybe they will change it. Maybe it has something to do with the aspect rescaling or whatever, that they might change it. But I kind of have a feeling the build is just too strong at this point, and it still invalidates all other Sorc builds. And the Conjuration Mastery nerf is not going to help that. So I really hope, well, maybe it just happens with all the stat squishing, that the build automatically falls off a little bit. I think it should stay strong, the build. Like, nobody wants the build not to be strong anymore. But I feel like if the build receives like a 50% nerf, it's still like the strongest Sorc build. And it's still going to be lots of fun. I feel like just it's going to calm a little bit down from like on the damage end. Yeah, I have ranks to a Glass Cannon. Ranks to Glass Cannon is pretty much the best thing you can get on any Sorc amulet, which is not Winterglass. Yeah, it can do tier 8. It can absolutely do tier 8. But again, I wouldn't farm tier 8 with this, because... So if you get good bosses, you can kill them within like 30 seconds. But if you have bad bosses, it takes like 2 to 3 minutes, and you really don't want to do that. So you can absolutely clear tier 8 with this, absolutely no problem. But again, I would not recommend farming tier 8s with any build which is not Lightning Spear. Because you're gonna get more rewards out of a tier 7. Because if you're like running tier 8s and your build is really not doing top end damage, you're just gonna end up with less rewards than in a tier 7. Because you cannot kill the mobs fast enough and you just miss out on a lot of loot. No, you just don't do damage. It's really just about the bosses, because this build really requires bosses to be kind of stacked. So it has not very good single target damage. That's just what it is. Well, the familiars, I don't even know about that skill. Like, I'm super dissatisfied with that. Because it's another conjuration and it's another skill you have to place on your bar. And it's another skill which, you know, most likely is not going to do damage. Not going to do a lot of damage, I would assume. But, I mean, we will see. Like, I don't believe this, you know, getting 3 different elements, familiar, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's going to be a thing, honestly. Because all this, you have to cast one skill, and then you have to cast another, and then you have, you know, this switching elements story, it just doesn't work. Like, that's complete bullcrap. Like, nobody wants to play like that. You want to spam skills if you play an ARPG. You don't want to cycle through 3 skills for, like, whatever reason to get, like, 30% damage buff. It's just not a thing. But, you know, they give free burning, which is, you know, probably pretty cool. You know, maybe, like, it's gonna be interesting for fire damage. Because I felt like the burning damage was pretty high. It was like 100% weapon damage or something like that. And they do also like AoE, so they might actually do decent damage if you do single element them. But I don't think this multiple element is gonna be a thing at all. And I don't think the skill is gonna be great. Overall, I'm like super disappointed. I mean, I'm not disappointed with the content of the expansion, but I am disappointed. I just feel like one new skill and one new Paragon board is literally, it's not enough. So I expected like 3 more Paragon boards and 3 more skills, but one skill that is literally not enough. This is a full-size expansion. I feel like it's not okay to just give one extra skill. Like you have... You know, most of the classes have different elements. Like, Sorc has 3 elements, so you need to do 3 different skills. Like, that's how they did it in, like, D2, that's how they did it in, like, Tier 3. You give one skill to every category. Same with, you know, barbs or whatever. Like, you give one skill for each category. You cannot just do one single skill and, like, one unique or whatever it was. Like, that is just not enough for a full-size expansion. So yeah, you want to, as you can see, if you can get these positioned properly, they die like very, very fast. But now you will already see this is like a tier 7, and this guy is going to take a long while. That's the issue with this build. And if you have 2 of these evasive guys, like the flame guy and I don't know, the other guys, the shadow guy or something like that, I believe. You're just gonna run out of damage in tier 8. And I didn't really pay attention. Usually you want to focus on this one, so you get it like done. You get it down like faster together with the other 2 ones. And then you're not gonna have this issue. But you really want to avoid this like a long single target fight. It's just, the build is not good for that. So yeah, I mean, I just feel like, you know, the whole Runeword story, I mean, I don't know why they call it Runeword. I feel like it's more like more like a bait, because it doesn't really have to do anything with runewords. It's a little bit like the skill runes in D3, I believe, but, you know, it has nothing to do with the D2 runewords at all, so I don't really understand why they make a connection there. I feel like that's a bait. It has absolutely nothing to do with runewords. But, you know, it's still a cool system, I guess. And we don't know what runes will be existing, so I cannot really predict what impact the runes are gonna have on the game. But, you know, they might be pretty cool. They might give you a lot of options to make different builds and stuff like that. But, you know, we can only see, like on the PTRF, we can see the runes. Also, we don't know the rarity of the runes, right? If there's crazy good runes which are crazy rare, that would obviously be awesome. Because, you know, in D2, the beauty about runewords was that the high runes were so freaking rare. So it would build an economy around it. But if these runes are just random drops, which, you know, are not very rare, I feel like it's just like another system to, you know, add a little bit more diversity to build making. But I feel like it's nothing like game breaking, nothing major. And what they showed in the showcase for me was actually pretty irrelevant. I mean, yes, of course, you can get Barb berserking on another class, but it's basically just getting some damage. And I didn't really feel like, you know, having, like, wasting 2 offensive gems by just getting, like, a teleport evade. I just feel like these things were not really strong. So, you know, it really depends what they add with runes. What at least what I saw was not overwhelming to me, but it was cool. I wouldn't have called it runes though. I would have just give it a different name, but you know, that's probably just marketing strategy. I feel like it has nothing to do with rune words.
What will it be?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. That's because we only saw... Also, what I feel is, like, the runes they showed us were, like, the very boring ones, right? So, if there's a rune which allows you to shoot different skills, for example, like runes which allow me to, you know, transform my my fireballs into frost balls or whatever. Like, if there would be cool stuff, like build-altering stuff. But what they showed was not so interesting to me, honestly, because it was just, you know... You sacrifice 2 damage gems to get like a minor effect. But, you know, I cannot really know what it's really going to be without knowing all the runes and all the combinations possible there. Because we literally only saw like 6 runes, right? So... And yeah, it's about the rarity also. Like, if there's really strong runes, which are extremely rare, I think that's a good thing. But I doubt they're gonna do that. I don't think they want to do, like, extremely rare stuff, because, you know, the audience for D4 is just rather casual. So I don't think they're gonna make, like, these runes extremely rare, because they want everybody to basically be able to obtain those. So I really don't think the runes will be rare at all, which is also something which makes it not as appealing as runes were in D2, because they were a chase after item, while I feel like in D4 they're probably just gonna be, like, you know, you're just gonna have them and you can use them, but they're not gonna be... It's not gonna be like, oh, damn, I just dropped this Burr rune and I can make my Enigma now and I know I'm gonna be freaking crazy. It's more like gonna be, oh yeah, I dropped this rune for the 15th time, so whatever, I'm not using it anyway. Yeah, the runes can be used to craft uber uniques, which is... I mean, that is actually pretty cool also for, like, you know... That's probably even cool for casuals and non-casuals, but you're still gonna need a Resplendent Spark. So you're gonna need 1 Resplendent Spark and the runes, so yeah, it's gonna give you like a little bit more access to uber uniques. Which is, you know, I guess it's a cool thing. Like, I don't have anything to complain about that, actually. But that's also gonna be way better for the casual audience as well. And I mean, I kind of consider myself casual. I mean, not casual, but I'm like definitely not a hardcore gamer, because I just don't have the time. Like, I have a job and stuff like that. So I really don't have the time investment. So if I see like videos of Rob and stuff, which, you know, they have like 3 stash tabs full of greater FX uber uniques, you know, I'm not a person who can ever reach that. So I guess for me it's probably pretty cool that I can actually use runes to target craft uber uniques. Because that's probably, for me, it's gonna be like a great way of achieving those faster. But I mean, so overall, you know, I'm just gonna say I'm not like disappointed, because I really didn't have high expectations. I didn't really expect a whole lot of the expansion. And I feel like the adding the runes is a pretty cool. And there's some other stuff which, you know, I like. I like the whole, you know, stat squishing, difficulty changing, whatever. I kind of probably even like the nightmare dungeons with the pit materials because, with the masterworking materials, if it drops from mobs. Because, you know, I really agree what they said in the stream, and I rarely do that, but, you know, I really agree with, you know, nobody wants to play nightmare dungeons because you just have to rush to the end, and it makes some nightmare dungeons being good and some nightmare dungeons being terrible. And now with the stuff actually dropping, for example, if you do like the Champion's Demise, which has like a crazy amount of mob density, that's actually going to be a pretty cool nightmare dungeon for you if you want to farm the masterworking materials. And I also like the new glyph story. So I think these things are cool. I'm just disappointed with the amount of skills and new Paragon boards. I feel like that is just not enough for an expansion. Because I feel like an expansion should, you know, bring new gameplay options. And it doesn't really do that. Just adding one skill and, you know, a couple of passive nodes and one Paragon board is not gonna change diversity a lot. So either the runes are gonna massively change that, or it's gonna be, for me at least it's gonna be like a loss. Just for, you know, it would be fine if it would just be like, you know, in Path of Exile, if it just would be a season or an expansion, whatever they call it. But it's a full price expansion, and I feel like it's not enough for a full price expansion. It's just, if it would be half price, it would be like $20 or whatever, I guess it would okay. But you know, they sold this expansion with like collector's edition to like so many people, and they got like $100 from everybody, and I feel like it's just not enough to put out one new skill. It's just my opinion. Yeah, new class. Whatever, right? New class is fine, but, you know, new class is only going to be played by most players probably once, and then, you know, you gotta give it away. So maybe you stay with the new class, and then sure, it's 20 new skills, but, you know, all Diablo expansions had a new class, and they also added at least 3, if not 6 new skills to the classes. So, it's just my opinion, one skill is not enough. Especially because you have this theme that all classes have like different skill categories, right? Sorc has 3 elements, so you have to add 3 skills. Like that, it is just, you just can't do that, right? So, if you have like somebody who's like obsessed with Frost Sorc and you don't give him a new Frost skill, it's just not gonna be alright. And I have never seen something like that. Actually, like, always when, you know, there's any kind of expansional content and you have like, kind of like categorized skills, you always add 1 in every category. That's just common sense. You want to satisfy basically all builds and not just one build or no build. And, you know, by just saying, okay, we add like a familiar, which is all 3 elements at once, for me, it's just not cutting it. That's just my personal opinion. That's what I say. I like the other changes, but that is just not enough, in my opinion. And if you ask yourself, would you rather like 3 new skills or 1? Like, what's the answer? And I think everybody has been expecting more. Also with the Paragon, right? They really advertised like big Paragon changes and stuff like that. And, well, honestly, they didn't really do a whole lot of changes to Paragon. Yes, they changed the glyphs a little bit. Probably not even massively. They probably just changed the numbers. And they didn't change the boards at all. I mean, they just changed, like, whatever, non-physical damage to elites, and, you know, they added 4% life on the damage reduction nodes. So they did, like, very, very minor changes, and they literally added 1 new board. I feel like that's just not enough for, like, how easy of a task it would be to just make new boards. And, well, yeah, the capping of the Paragon boards I really don't understand at all. Because I feel like 300 Paragon points for like 5 boards is way too much. I feel like you're probably just gonna fully use all the 5 boards. That's just my assumption. I mean, I didn't make the math, but you know, just by getting the 5th row, like the 5th radius, It doesn't actually add so much. Like if you look at the boards, it's gonna add like 20 to 30 stats per boards max. So it's actually not gonna change a whole lot to have like the 5th row in radius. It's not gonna make the boards reach more like legendary or rare nodes. You're really just gonna add like some minor nodes to the board. So yes, of course, it's gonna make the effect stronger. But that's pretty much it. And I mean, as far as we saw, they didn't change the boards at all. Like, they didn't change, like, the all additive nodes. Everything pretty much changed, like, stays the same. They didn't change any legendary nodes whatsoever. So, I feel like it's not really changing a whole lot. I feel like Paragon boards, even though they said we're gonna make huge changes to Paragon boards, I feel like they really didn't change anything at all, just changing the numbers and the glyphs a little bit. And yeah, by limiting the boards, I don't really understand what it's gonna do. Because if the tempering affixes, I mean, I assume all the stats are gonna change. Because, you know, if the tempering affixes still stay 100% additive damage, like, what do I want to do with the 5 boards where I can get in, like, 10 extra additive damage nodes? Like, I don't even need that shit. I just feel like it's kind of confusing to me. Obviously, we didn't see, like, how the glyphs actually changed. They didn't release that yet. But, you know, we will see, right? If the glyphs really have major changes. But at least for the destruction they showed, it really didn't have any changes other than giving, you know, another multiplier when the glyphs turns legendary. But it still remained a stat stick. And that's the thing, all the glyphs are usually just stat sticks. They just give you like a % damage increase and an additive damage increase. And I feel like they didn't really change that at all. It's probably just going to stay the same. So all what's going to change is just the scaling. And the grind is probably going to be like 10 times longer. Which is alright, I guess, if it's, you know, now grindable in the pit. But you're not going to get anything else in the pit, right? So they just changed the pit to solely upgrade your glyphs now. So that's going to be pretty damn boring. Because you don't get masterworking materials in the pit, so all you can do is upgrade your glyphs. And if you want to upgrade your glyphs to like level whatever, I don't even remember, was it 100? It's probably going to take forever. So it's a huge grind, and not everybody's going to like that. Yeah, I would assume Hordes will still give masterworking materials. So it's my assumption Horde's gonna stay exactly the same. No, I think it's 5 extra boards, right? I think the starter board doesn't count as one of the 5. So I would assume it's starter board plus 5 boards, actually. I don't think they're gonna make 4. Because 4 boards for 300 Paragon points, that's like 80 points per board. That's literally the entire board. That doesn't really make any sense to me. So I would assume it's 5 extra boards. But still, I don't really... I mean, we can really tell without seeing it if all the stats have, you know, changes. You know, if the tempering recipes give, like, much less additive bonuses, you know, it might be worse, again, picking the additive bonuses from the Paragon boards. But we will have to see how that actually plays out. They really said starter board plus 4? That is actually terrible, because I feel like that's ridiculous. I thought it was plus 5, honestly, but, you know, maybe they said it wrong also. We will see, though. Yeah, okay, including this... Wow, that's actually stupid. So you basically have 80 nodes per board, and that is probably the entire board. Like, I didn't count this out, how many you need for a board, but I assume with 80 nodes you can get every single rare node in a board. Which makes it, I don't know, pretty stupid, actually. So yeah, you wanna basically see that's... So you go on the flame guy, right? Like what's this? Because otherwise you're really gonna end up having to fight these for a very long time. So, and they usually line up in a line kind of automatically. I don't really understand why, but it's kind of happening like that always. So it's actually not so difficult to finish these fast. Why is he not dead? Yeah, I mean, what I don't understand is they said you don't want to pick the boards and the glyphs. And now you're gonna basically tell me, yeah, you just pick 4 boards and just fill them entirely. Like, that's literally remove build diversity, I feel like. I mean, Paragon board, like, probably, if it's really just 4 extra boards in starter board, it's probably gonna be the same Paragon board for every single build, most likely. Like, every cold build is gonna have exactly the same Paragon boards, because you're gonna have Icefall, Frigid Fate, you're gonna have Elemental Summoner, and you're probably gonna have Burning Instinct, so I feel like that is kind of weird, honestly. I'm gonna count how many nodes you actually need to fill a Paragon board entirely, but I gotta assume 4 boards will just be filled entirely. I don't know if they are... It is like what Blizzard always does, right? When people are not using something, Blizzard enforces usage. Instead of, you know, fixing the root cause why people are not using, Blizzard kind of always enforces using something. And that's with Paragon boards, right? So nobody gets these things here. Nobody gets these. Sometimes you get these, but usually not. Nobody gets these. Nobody gets these. And that is Blizzard, right? Blizzard says, oh, nobody is playing this, so let's force people to play it, right? And if you count out like an entire board like this, right? This is like 20 nodes. And this is 25 nodes, right? So you add another, what is this? Like another 10. So this is 35, this is 45, this is 55. So you're probably around 60 nodes. You need like 60 or 65 to fill an entire board. So if you really can only choose 4, you just have to basically you fill it entirely. You can pick every single legendary, you can pick every single rare, and that's, I don't know, I feel like that's completely invalidating the Paragon system. Because you literally just pick 4 boards. It doesn't even matter where you enter. You don't even need to think what's the optimal passing or anything. You just pick everything. Right, so if you look how many nodes this is 20, 25, you go here, that's like 35, then you go here, that's like 45, that's like 60, and you have the entire board. So I assume an entire board is like 60 to 65 nodes. So if it's really just 4, they basically telling you, yeah, you just fill out the entire board and call it a day. I mean, it's really strange. Like, why do you even do the passing then, right? You could just take the board and just say, you know what, you pick 5 boards and it automatically activates everything on that board. It's not even like, it's just extra work basically to fill them out. But you gotta fill every single one anyway. Which is, I don't know, I feel like it's kind of super stupid. With 5, it would actually be, you know, you would probably even like miss 1 rare cluster per board or so. But you know, it is like it is. What is this? Yeah, I mean, obviously, they want you to pay for the seasonal pass, right? I mean, you kind of have to understand that. Eternal players, they don't really, you know, they don't earn anything of Eternal players. So, I'm already surprised that they don't bring any seasonal mechanics in the last 2 seasons at all. Which is, you know, kind of odd. I hope there's going to be a seasonal mechanic in Season 6. But yeah, this whole new build, like now you're just gonna horn for Antrastils. That's pretty much exactly the same like in D3, like Primals were, right? So don't be surprised. They're gonna probably add like Primal Antrastil very fast. And then you're gonna be exactly at the same system because they just can't figure it out. So they just can't figure it out, so they just use something they already used. And they even said in the stream, right? So they didn't say they couldn't figure it out, but they said, you know what, we're just reusing what we already used. Instead of giving a goddamn loot filter, it's gonna be even worse. Because, you know, you're just gonna basically pick up nothing but Antrastils now. So, I feel like it's no real difference to right now just picking up greater affix gear. It's probably just gonna make the greater affix gear, the Antrastils, like more rare, which, you know, reduces the amount of loot. Which is kind of okay, I guess, but then they should at least give like a mini loot filter to just say auto salvage non-Antrastil items. Right? Because, you know, if you already say, hey, only Antrastil items are worth anything and all the others are garbage, then at least give me an auto salvage for that. Because it's just stupid to, you know, if you have these massive loot drops, like from the chests at the end, or for example, it's just stupid to go through the loot on the ground. I feel like it should just salvage then. If you're only hunting for Antrastils, just don't drop the normal items. Just give me a checkbox in the menu which says, you know, automatically drop non-Antrastil items as materials. Call it a day. Bye-bye. These things are like kind of, you know, annoying me. Because it's also such an easy switch, right? It's not like, you know, they could satisfy a huge crowd crying for a loot filter. Honestly, nobody will cry for a loot filter if you just allow me to auto-salvage non-Antrastil gear. Nobody will be, oh my god, can we have a real loot filter? I mean, probably somebody will say it. But you know what? It's gonna be good enough for everyone. We just, you know, have an item drop like once every minute or something like that, which is worth something, and have all the other stuff auto-salvaged. It would be enough. Nobody would care. But they just refuse to do that, and I don't understand why they refuse to do that. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand. Like, their whole story, you know, it should take longer to level up. This whole leveling up with, like, new game tiers and stuff like that. It's probably still just gonna take, like, 3 hours to get to max level. And nobody's gonna care about all that shit they do in the very beginning. I really feel like the focus there is a little weird. Because even for casuals, like, the early game in D4 right now is irrelevant. Like, even casuals get to level 100 in, like, 4 to 5 hours. And this whole, you want to choose your difficulty in the very beginning, like you can make monsters 30 level higher than you. Yeah, it's pretty cool, I guess. But, you know, it's only gonna last for like a couple of hours. And I feel like they put so much work into these systems, and they just really last for like the very, very beginning of the game, and then they are completely irrelevant. So I would rather like them to focus on like mid and end game systems than, you know, focusing on these very, very early systems. But I don't know. It's just for me like the game is evolving towards a more casual audience. Even though they're gonna add new endgame stuff, it still feels like it's going towards casual more. Because they always do that in a way that it's good for casuals. And, you know, I feel like it's okay, but I feel like they should just strictly separate casuals from non-casuals with some kind of mechanic. I know they refuse to do that, but I don't even know, like, this whole casual audience story with a game like that. I feel like you should just make, like, campaigns and stuff like that for casual. Like, D2, for example, was very good for casual, because, you know what, you could play the campaign once, and then it would be like, ah, okay, kind of liked it, but I'm done. Or you would be hooked, and you would like, yeah, I like this game, this is cool, I'm gonna go for Nightmare. And Nightmare is already, like, hard in D2 for casuals, right? And then, if, you know, if the casuals fail in Nightmare, they will be, alright, okay, maybe I'm just gonna stop playing it. Or they get really hooked, and then they go up to the next, like, I feel like it was just such a way better system because the casuals could just stop at the point where they want to stop. Or they could just, you know, invest more time and effort to keep continuing. But in D4, you're kind of like, yeah, everybody should be able to obtain everything without showing any kind of skill, any kind of investment, or anything. And I don't even know. I don't think that's gonna make the casual experience actually better. It's kind of weird. I kind of understand the position of this game, honestly. Yeah, I mean, but you don't really even, like, if you're casual, you don't even need to follow a build guide. You can just pick a random core skill, put 5 points into it, and you're gonna get to, like, level 100 just fine, I feel like. Obviously, if you pick the wrong one, you're screwed, right? Like, if you pick Chain Lightning in the very beginning and you don't have the items, you're screwed. But if you take the items from the seasonal journey and play Chain Lightning without ever having the game, you just, you know, do 5 ranks into Chain Lightning, you just pick random passives, you're just gonna be absolutely fine and you're gonna blast through towards level 100. And it was actually the same with Incinerate. Even though Incinerate was slow, you just had to equip the items from the seasonal cache and you would blast to level 100 without any issues. So I feel like they should just, you know, they should just put their focus. I feel like they are lost. They are on a lost track right now because the problem is, I mean, they're gonna lose the players to Path of Exile 2, like the non-casual players. They're gonna lose the hardcore gaming crowd to PoE 2. There's absolutely nothing they can do about that. The content creators are gonna stay, well, they're gonna stay for seasons, right? But just because they make money out of it, right? So they come from the season, they play for like 1 or 2 weeks, and they just make the videos, and then just go back to like the core game, which is gonna be PoE 2. And that's just a fact. That's how it's gonna go. But, you know, that's actually good for Blizzard because, you know, they keep coming back for the season and make the content. So that's exactly what they want. They want just players come back for the season, play for like a week or two, and then call it a day. Is that healthy for a game? I think it's not. But, you know, if the game just doesn't deliver enough late game to keep people hooked, then people are gonna stop playing, but they're still gonna start playing again at the next season, so that's actually not bad for Blizzard. But I feel like they should stick with their audience. I feel like they should make content for casual gamers in D4. They should make new campaigns, they should make challenging campaigns. You know, we're gonna get a new act in the expansion, but you know what it's gonna be? It's just face roll content, right? It's not gonna have any difficulty. They should really just focus on making an interesting, you know, linear gameplay experience for like casual players, or also like players who are just, you know, in general like playing games until they're done, right? So if you, for example, if like a game like Titan Quest or whatever, like you play through the campaign and say, yeah, this was cool, I'm done with the campaign, I played my 20, 30 hours, and you know, I paid $40 for the game, and that's alright. That's totally legitimate, but this whole enforcing live service on D4, it's just, I feel like it's just not working out. I mean, they put in a lot of effort, but I just feel like they are splitting all the audience stuff, and I feel like that's just not gonna end well in the end. Because they're literally gonna lose the hardcore gamer audience to PoE 2 in, what is it, like 2 months from now. It's just gonna be gone. What the hell? And yeah, I mean, how long does it take to get to level 100 this season? Like 3 hours? I think my alt I played in like 2.5 hours or something like that. It's ridiculous. This build does not do very good in tier 8s. It doesn't have enough boss damage. I mean, you can beat tier 8 with this, but it's not great. if you are lucky with the bosses and you get like melee guys, it's easy, but as soon as you get like the range, like if you get 2 of the range evasion bosses, you're like completely screwed. You're gonna take like 3 minutes to do the bosses. That's just what it is. This build is not gonna get stronger in those fights. But for farming tier 7s, it's pretty good. Oh. I hate these Hellfire. I always don't pick the Hellfire, but I kind of deactivated my brain because I always die to the Hellfire. Like, I'm just slow. Like, my reactions are pretty bad. So, I just get hit by the Hellfire and die. It's just how the story goes. I mean, I can tank 1, but 2 will kill me. Well, they said you cannot blast, solo blast their group content because you're gonna enter in a group. So... Which is also something I hate, because they never did this before. In like all the other games, right? In like World of Warcraft and stuff like that, you were always able to solo blast the content to get like the ultimate challenge or to get a nice farm if you're like strong enough. And I really hate that they said they are not gonna allow soloing this content. You know, maybe it's not gonna be possible, but I feel like it's so cool to like solo farm raids. Same with like in like WoW, it was like all these you know, Zul'Gurub farming strategies with soloing the crocodiles and shit like that with your like Blizzard mage. That is like so cool. Like it was like so much fun to do these activities, and I kind of hate that they are disallowing that. So, but you know, maybe they get it right at some point. I mean, I don't necessarily say that they not get it right. I'm just gonna say that the vast majority of like hardcore gamers and content creators is gonna switch to PoE 2, because just what we have seen of PoE 2 is just so freaking good. There's just no way Blizzard is gonna compete on that kind of level. This is like so annoying right now. So if you have 2 of the range guys, it's really like absolutely horrible. With the shadow guy and the flame guy, but you know, sometimes it still works out just great, but in general, it's just lacking boss damage. I mean, you can switch for like Raiment of the Infinite if you want at the boss fight. It's just gonna make it a little bit faster, but you know, in tier 7 it's alright. But in tier 8 this is really... it's a little exhausting. Even though I feel like the boss farming is the only thing they did good, but you know, it's missing the auto salvage, right? So the boss farming is pretty cool now, since you can resummon automatically. The problem is, you have to port to town pretty much after every boss, or you have to do, you like risk that loot is gonna get bugged on the ground. So the bosses just drop so much loot, and it only takes like 10 seconds to kill them, and it's not in line with the loot strategy, right? So you cannot pick up the loot comfortably. And there should be just like the auto salvage of the non-ancestral items, and then you could just go for like 2 hours boss blasting and, you know, kill 150 bosses or something like that. But the way they make it, you spend more time looting and salvaging the loot than killing the bosses. And that's just the flood of loot. And I think that's not gonna change in the expansion. Yeah, and that's what I like about Path of Exile. Because stuff never gets trivial in Path of Exile. Like, the scaling of, like, the mapping system, you pretty much don't... I mean, if you're, like, extremely strong character in Path of Exile, you kind of, you know, can kill everything in maps, but it still stays very, very relevant all the time, and the journey is like so long to get there. And in D4, it's literally like a couple of hours. Like, you can build a perfect character, which is capable of doing like pinnacle contact within like 4 to 5 hours, and it's very, very fast. And then all what's left is basically pit pushing. And if you're not into pit pushing, then what you're gonna do, right? So I basically maxed out my Lightning Spear Frozen Orb character in 2 days in this game. In 2 days, I was able to farm Infernal Hordes tier 8. I was able to do any content I wanted. I haven't entered Helltide since day 2. Literally, now I think it's day 3. So since day 3, I haven't entered Helltide in this game. Because I just don't need. And you just reach the top like extremely fast, and I think that's not gonna change. Yeah, the alts with the like with the Uber uniques, the alts like they level like so fast. But that was actually fun. Like when I leveled like an alt in 2 hours, I feel like it was fun. With the Uber uniques. I think I was doing the capstone at like level 30, like the second one was like at 35. So at 35 I instantly did 2 capstones in a row. And then I was like at level whatever, I think I was level 40 in World Tier 4 Helltides and still like blasting everything. That was very, very funny. I like the Tal-Rasha change in 2.0 honestly, because I hate this extra Tal-Rasha stack bullshit. I hate sacrificing like a weapons, whatever, temper, just to get like a Tal-Rasha stack. So Tal-Rasha is... I didn't make the math. I think it's 5% weaker, right? It's 25% peak now for every stack. Is that true? So it gets 75% with 3 elements instead of 80 with 4. So I really, really like that change. But in general, I hate the item, right? I mean, I feel like it's just stupid. All these... I don't like the concept of the item because it's a very strong item, but you don't have to do anything to activate it, basically. I feel like very strong items should have like activation effects and they should have downsides. I feel like the unique items, they're all way too strong. Whatever, I check the rain. And same with Tal-Rasha, right? Just doing 3 different elements on a Sorc is like trivial. You're always gonna do that. So you basically get a very strong item and you don't need to sacrifice anything for it. I don't like that concept because I like, if I'm doing builds, I like to play around mechanics, right? So that's why I hate that the Crown of Lucian doesn't really work. Like Crown of Lucian is actually pretty cool, right? It gives you like a huge downside and a huge upside. The problem is the huge upside is not working. But that is something you would have to play around in, right? I can use a helm with 75% extra damage, but I have to fix my resource. With Tal-Rasha, it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna get 80% damage and I'm not gonna do anything for it. So I really like the concept of these. I don't even know what this stolen bullshit is, but I think you can... It's just if you're in a group. So I guess it doesn't get stolen by randoms. But I don't know, I don't understand it. I feel like it's weird. I feel like it doesn't belong in a game like this. But, you know. Because the helm isn't even good. Like, yeah, it has 60% damage, but still nobody's gonna use it, probably. Because the stats are bad. So probably people are still gonna use Shaco, but I don't know. It's hard to tell without knowing the exact stats. What is this round? I just want to restart this thing. I'm like extremely unlucky with the boons here for the past like 3 runs. But yeah, I need to farm. What is this called? Masterworking materials. I ran out like making this build. I remasterworked so much stuff for this, so I gotta farm new stuff so I can make another build. I don't think it's gonna be any good. I mean, I think it's gonna be alright, but I don't think it's gonna be challenging. Because just the nature of the game has to appeal to casuals is probably gonna make the difficulty of it very low. And even if you go to like the higher torment difficulties, you know, they might actually have an edge there to make it so difficult that it's really hard, but I don't really think that it's gonna happen. I think that you're just gonna have any kind of face roll builds which are gonna carry the entire raid, and it's just gonna be, see, like, I just can't pick the Hellfire, it's just killing me. So I just feel like it's gonna be just carried by whatever random build. You're probably just gonna go in with your Lightning Spear build and just gonna carry everybody. And you know, you're probably just gonna need 3 people to step like on a ground play to open a door or whatever mechanics it's gonna be. I mean, they said it's gonna have difficult mechanics, but I don't even know if that's gonna be true. I mean, we will see. But I don't expect a whole lot of it. No, I don't want to run tier 8s. It's too stressful for me. I'm fine with this. I have some time. I'm not looking to be like hyper efficient anymore in this game. I'm over that. At this point I have like so much gear stashed that I don't really need so much masterworking materials to do like the other builds I want to do. I mean, still, you know, the raid is probably going to be interesting, but I would say it's just 50-50 because, you know, a lot of systems they release are just complete garbage when they release it. And really, I mean, Infernal Hordes was the utter garbage when they released it, but, you know, hope at least they had a PTR and, you know, they could fix it. But I don't know if there's going to be a PTR for the raid, actually. I don't think the raid is in the PTR. But maybe it is. But I don't think so. But I don't know. What I'm saying was that I don't think it's going to stay so relevant. Because I think with PoE 2, D4 is going to transform into a casual game. Plus, like, people coming just for the season start. And I think that's what I've got to do. I'm probably going to main Path of Exile too, honestly, because, I mean, I just like game depths. I like complex crafting and stuff like that. I like way more like the theory crafting part than, you know, the actual grinding part. I don't like grind. I cannot even do it. Like, cannot play for like 8 hours straight and do like stupid grinding. And I really like the whole theory crafting part much more than the actual gameplay part. And Path of Exile 2 is just gonna offer like way more depths. And I also like the skill system of PoE 2 much more, like the, you know, the skill altering. I feel like D4 has literally 0 skill altering. Like now we got chance for firing 1 extra projectile right now, right? This is all skill altering we basically got. We have the option to fire an additional projectile. And, you know, with the new season, we're gonna get the option for a projectile to do double damage. So that's literally not build altering for me. That is, I don't give a shit. For me, this is all just increasing stats, right? It doesn't matter if I add 50% damage or if I have a projectile 50% chance to hit twice. Like, it's literally the same thing, except for the lucky hit component. But that is not really build altering to me. Also, firing 1 extra projectile is not build altering to me. It's just, you know. And PoE 2 or PoE in general just does such a good job to do build altering. Like, every skill can be altered in like so many different ways. You know, you can have huge radius increase, you can change the elements, you can, you know, get 10 additional projectiles, you can make them fork, you can make them arc. It's just so much better of a system than the 4 skills are just so static. And it's just freaking boring. That is what it is. The 4 skills are boring as hell. And they are not really changing that. And they probably not, for whatever reason, I think it's because server resources, right? So they say, alright, this skill is creating too many frozen orbs, it's gonna cause server issues. So they cannot make the cool builds because they're gonna run into server issues. I mean, what kind of a position is that if you cannot make something cool because you cannot, you know, your servers cannot handle the projectiles? I feel like, you know, that you're not in a good spot for like a person who likes to create builds. And then that is probably going to be that people are going to main Pass of Exile too. And then just come back for the season. And that's probably exactly what I'm gonna do. It obviously depends. They have to make better seasonal mechanics, right? Because, you know, this season didn't really change anything other. Like, Season 4 was pretty much the same. Yeah, we changed some items. You know, some stats changed a little bit. But besides that, the builds are pretty much the same. The builds haven't really changed a lot. Yeah, there's a new Lightning Spear build, but all the other builds are pretty much still the same. Yes, there's more lucky hit stuff, but, you know, it's minor changes. And there's not so much to explore, actually. Yeah, exactly. And, I mean, Season 3 wasn't the real seasonal mechanic, right? Like, I don't count Season 3's mechanic as a seasonal mechanic at all. That was just garbage. But yeah, Season 1 and Season 2 actually had... I mean, you can say what you want. Like, Season 1 seasonal mechanics were awesome. I know it was annoying to grind them, but the hearts were pretty cool, actually. I liked them. And the vampiric powers, I actually like the hearts much more than the vampiric powers because they altered the skills. And the vampiric powers were just giving you extra stats. It was cool, right? The stats were cool, but it didn't alter the skills. And I really want stuff which is altering skills. That's exactly what I want, because that creates new builds, and new builds are interesting. Old builds with just giving me a different option to do 50% more damage is just the same build with 50% more damage. So that is not very interesting. And that was the same thing in Season 3, right? The construct, literally, all it did, it was giving you some buffs. Like, the construct itself was irrelevant other than for some niche build where it could, like, one-shot bosses for whatever reason. But, not build altering. And the malignant hearts were actually build altering. Like, this omnipower heart was so freaking cool. And it's... You know why it's not returning? Because it's causing server lag. Like... It's a no-brainer, right? That thing was really cool. Like the Tal-Rasha heart, like the Tal-Rasha ring. This is not cool. It's just giving me a random 80% damage increase. There's nothing cool about the Tal-Rasha power. It's just damage. But the Omnipower heart, that was actually something cool. And it will not return because it will cause way too many server issues. Greater... So you don't really need a greater FX amulet for any build. If people are telling you you need greater FX amulets, that's just not true. I played Lightning Spear without greater FX amulet, and you know what? You can speed farm T8 hordes, so my opinion on that is really greater FX on... So expensive gear is really not required to get any build going. There's always options around that which make you sacrifice some damage. So, if somebody is telling you like a greater FX amulet, for example a greater FX Winterglass with greater FX cooldown is required to play a certain build, it's just not true. You just gotta find ways around it. For me, for example, it was my Lightning Spear build focuses on Wand and Focus. And it uses 50% Lightning Spear and 50% Frozen Orb. And it reaches the same cooldown reduction than the crazy 3 triple crits on cooldown reduction greater FX gear. You're gonna do 50% less damage, but you know what? It's not gonna freaking matter if the content you are doing doesn't require you to do the damage. And if you wanna do high-end hit pushing, you know, you really can't complain that you're gonna need crazy gear. Because that's the nature of high-tier pit pushing, is, you know, you're gonna need that gear if you want to do that. If you don't want to do any crazy high-tier pushing, you're not gonna need, like this season, you're not gonna need a whole lot. Like, I can make you a Lightning Spear build, which is able to speed farm tier 8 hordes for probably like... I mean, prices are pretty crazy right now on Diablo.trade, but you probably just need like 2 or 3 greater FX items in total. You don't need any greater FX on Winterglass. You don't need any greater FX on your Shaco. You need 1 greater FX on your weapon. You just need Critical Strike, greater FX. You don't need any greater FX cooldown reduction. You really don't need that. It just works absolutely fine without. I played it. I even have, you know, I have videos on my channel where I was, I cleared tier 8 hordes with 8 out of 12 masterwork, not a single greater affix, and I cleared that on day 2. So, I mean, obviously that wasn't like the perfect run, but I literally had random 8 out of 12 masterwork gear, and I didn't even have Paragon. I had level 1 glyphs when I cleared it, I think. Some of my glyphs were still level 1 when I cleared tier 8 hordes. So, really, you don't need greater affix gear. You just, if you want to play Lightning Spear with a 200 stuff, that is going to be a very high tier gear. And it's not going to work without having a lot of cooldown reduction. You don't need greater affix, but you need double and triple crits on cooldown reduction, and it's very hard to obtain. But again, like, you can just play Wand and Focus. It's still gonna do enough damage, and it's super easy to build. So, my answer is basically you gotta choose the right build. If you're choosing a build which requires, you know, greater affix Winterglass, which is 25 billion gold on Diablo.trade, you might just wanna focus on a different build. What is this? But in general, I feel like greater affixes are not required for any builds whatsoever. Most greater affixes just give you like a little bit more damage. And the difference between an all greater affix build and like a one greater affix build is probably just somewhere around 50% in damage. Yeah, maybe this whole 200 weapon lightning spear build is a little bit of an exception because you need to get very high cooldown reduction to get it going. So if you want to play that build, you just have to be honest with yourself and look at the required gear. Then you have to decide, hey, do I want to play this build or not? Because you're not going to enjoy playing a build with suboptimal gear, which is just going to be slow and terrible. You might as well just choose a build which is easier to obtain and still going to be fun.
Come back if you need work.
And the Frozen Orb Lightning Spear build, without, if you're still self-casting Frozen Orb, it works absolutely fine. Like, that is still a great build. It absolutely kills tier 8 hordes. And it doesn't really require any crazy gear at all. Same with this build. This build is technically, you don't really need a lot for this build, but this is not going to clear tier 8 hordes any good, but you can farm tier 7. But for this build, you actually don't need so much gear. Like, all you basically need is an Andariel's Visage, and, you know, you need a greater affix Fist of Fate. All the other stuff is, like, optional. Like, you have way more than enough damage to clear this. So you can definitely drop a lot of greater affixes and still play this build. I mean, I don't even know if the familiar... I mean, I guess it definitely... So what happens is, right? The new Winterglass and the familiar will elevate a pure Frozen Orb build by a lot. Because you're gonna get 6 extra Conjurations for free, basically. Right? Because if you're playing pure Frozen Orb, the biggest problem with the Winterglass is the capped Conjurations. So you can only get 3 Ice Blades from the Winterglass, and you can only get 2 Hydras from the Winterglass. And so it's going to be very inefficient. But yeah, if you add the Familiar to it, then all of a sudden you're going to have 6 more Conjuration Mastery stacks, which really, really elevates pure Frozen Orb, I feel like. That's actually correct. And it might actually make a pure Frozen Orb almost as strong as Lightning Spear. Especially if you can, you know, you can still combine pure Frozen Orb with Lightning Spear by casting the Lightning Spears. And I think you can still cast Splintering Energy. You can use Splintering Energy, I guess. I mean, why not? You just want to go all crit damage. I think it's best for Frozen Orb to get all crit damage anyway, right? So why wouldn't you do why wouldn't you use Splintering Energy with that build? So I guess it's pretty cool actually, because you get extra 6 conjurations. You might actually be able to get 12, right? So it depends if this is the same conjuration limit story with the other one. So if Familiar also has like this split conjuration limit, like self-cast and not self-cast conjuration limit, you can cast 6 yourself and you can get another 6 from the Winter Glass. That would actually be pretty cool. But you know, like speculation right now. Is that build still relevant? Yeah, why not? Okay, you have like so freaking terrible shit all the time. That was always relevant. But you know, if you measure everything at the strength of Lightning Spear, no build is relevant, unfortunately. Well, 30 stacks of Conjuration Master you will never reach with a pure Frozen Orb build. Well, maybe with the Familiar you will. It also depends how long they last. I didn't really catch how long the Familiar lasts. Because in the video it looked like it was pretty short. It looked like, you know, 5 seconds or something like that. But, you know, we don't know if they had, like, Conjurer Glyph on or not or whatever. But you're probably not going to pick Conjurer Glyph in the new Paragon boards. Because if you can only have 4 boards, there's, like, no way you're going to get Conjurer Glyph. Because that is just terrible. 8 seconds? Well... I mean, if you have 6... you get 2 Hydras and you get 6 Ice Blades, right? So that is static pretty much if you play Frozen Orb. Then you have 14 Conjurations, so you're not gonna get 15 out of Lightning Spears in a pure Frozen Orb build. That's just not gonna happen. So this is really just if you want to play like the Lightning Spear build, then you can reach 30. But on a pure Frozen Orb, you're not gonna reach that. You might get close to that, but I don't think you're gonna reach it. I mean, you could reach it if you push crazy high attack speed, but pushing crazy high attack speed in Frozen Orb is not a really good decision. It's just gonna cost you way more damage than, you know, it's gonna net you. But I think it's good. I actually think it's good to limit Conjuration Mastery. It's just too strong. I think even 30 is too much. I think it would have been better to limit it to like 20. Because it just invalidates all other methods to scale your damage with Sorc. Right? This is just... whatever. Like, full barrier. Everything. I just get killed by a random white mob. So... like, basically you don't really have any other method on Sorc to scale very high damage other than Conjuration Mastery. And I feel like that's a terrible thing, actually, because everything forcing you into one specific mechanic on every build and having you to evolve your build around how to use a specific mechanic, which is not even part of your build. Right? I'm playing Ice Shards and Andariels. And my build evolves around getting Conjuration Mastery stacks. So I get cooldown reduction. I wouldn't need a single point in cooldown reduction in this build. Why do I get cooldown reduction? So I can spam more Lightning Spears and Ice Blades to get more Conjuration Mastery. I mean, how stupid is that? Just think about if there would be something which would actually be fitting my build. It doesn't even fit my build at all. But I kind of have to do it because there's nothing else I can do to scale my damage. And, you know, if you had a Familiar which you can cast 6 of, it even makes it worse. Because, you know, every build basically has to use Conjuration Mastery in the next season. Because you just cannot really lose out on 6 stacks of Conjuration Mastery for free. It's just freaking a lot of damage, it's mana regeneration, it's movement speed. It's so incredibly strong, and you're basically forced into that. And I don't like that approach at all. I don't want to be forced into playing something because it is just way stronger than everything else. That's not what balance is, right? And that's why I feel like this Familiar is going in exactly the wrong direction, because Sorc is actually missing meaningful ways of doing build diversity. And right now we just choose a skill and, you know, try to get as much passive points or much passive damage increase as possible for like all cost. And your actually build doesn't even matter. It's more about the passives, right? You can just play a random skill. You can play Chain Lightning. You can play Ice Shards. You can play Lightning Spear. You can play Frozen Orb. It doesn't really even matter what you play. You can even play Charge Bolt. It doesn't matter what you play. You just have to get a lot of passive damage increase through Conjuration Mastery. It's... I don't know. I just feel like it's the wrong way of scaling. It's... all passives should be of equal strengths. And that makes build diversity possible. If one passive is extremely strong and all the others are weak, like for example the cold passives, right? They're garbage. Like nobody's ever gonna use a cold passive on anywhere. Because they're just bad. So what's the point of even having them then? Right? You cannot even use Hoarfrost because you're gonna suffer on like boss damage, or in Hordes you have the Unstoppable, like the other fiends. Hoarfrost doesn't work on them, so it makes Hoarfrost just a terrible passive. So you're gonna end up going for Glass Cannon. Because Glass Cannon gives you the highest percentage in damage increase after Conjuration Mastery. So you put Conjuration Mastery and Glass Cannon on your amulet, because everything else doesn't make any sense. Well, exactly, except for Devouring Blaze, obviously. But Devouring Blaze, this build doesn't use it. But in general, you would then use Conjuration Mastery and Devouring Blaze in every build, because it's the strongest two passives. Yeah. I also feel like Conjuration Mastery should just be for Conjurations. And then Conjuration should get another like 50% damage buff or something like that. Then it would actually be cool, because it also fits the build. Right? If you play Conjurations, you want to push Conjurations to get Conjuration Mastery. In a Frozen Orb build, you push Conjurations just to get passive damage to Frozen Orb, which is... it's a completely stupid, like, system. It doesn't really fit the build fantasy at all. Yeah, it was same with the Druid, right? With the Companions. You would just use them to get, like, the passive damage increase from whatever that aspect was called. And the Conjuration damage itself doesn't matter. Same with Lightning Spear. I don't like that approach. Like, you get a Lightning Spear build, but the Lightning Spear itself does make no damage. I don't like that. It's just not what I want to have. I want to have a skill which I can pump my skill points in so it does damage. I don't want to have a skill which silently activates some other aspect which is then doing all the damage based on... I don't know. I just feel like that is... I like it to be more straightforward, right? If I play Path of Exile, you know, I put damage in a skill and it's gonna do more damage. So, defense became a non-issue for me since they changed the Desecrator or Desecrator, like the fireballs. So I always had to play Tyrells just to get my maximum resistance. So I would survive the fireballs. And now I don't need it anymore. I have enough life leech. I mean, I can still get one shot by some fire effects because I don't have max fire res. But I feel like I don't need it anymore. Like this also like works fine in T8, like survivability if the Desecrators don't kill you with like the one-shot fireball, whatever thing it is. So since then I stopped using Tyrells, but I was using Tyrells with this before. And I hated it because I play so many uniques that I actually had to put armor on my amulet. Because I really want to play Temerity with this, right? So what I did is I played Tyrell's Might and put armor on my amulet so I could still play my Temerity and fix my defense with that. And it worked actually really great. But without Tyrells, it feels much better, if you ask me. Sometimes it just lags. Objectively better, the lucky hit one. But it requires significantly more gear. This is like the worst hordes I ever played, I feel like. Okay. So the only thing which can one-shot me is really the firebolts of the big guy. I mean, you sometimes get randomly one-shot by corpse bows, but I really didn't find a way to prevent that. But I had no issues with that, honestly, other than the fire resistance problem. But in this build, you're also not gonna get hit a lot, because everything is literally frozen. The masses have one-shot me like once in a while. I don't know for what reason. Sometimes they do like a random damage spike, which kills you. They also said, by the way, they fixed the bug where Andariel's damage doesn't tick when you are like too far away. That's also an issue I'm having with this build, and you can see it. Like all these mobs, which are like sometimes in the very edge of the map, they shouldn't survive, but the Andariel stops ticking if you get too far away for whatever reason. Sometimes you just get these random lags with this build, so I cannot even cast my abilities right now. It's like really odd. But I think they're still dying though. So this is really annoying. Like I really couldn't play. I had like very high lags, but you know, now I have to kill this one. But I think he's gonna get a second stagger, yeah. So you basically have 3 staggers very, very fast in this build. But the 4th one is gonna take a long time. But it's fine. I mean, a long time takes a while, but it doesn't take forever. I think the weird lags, I don't even know where they come from. It doesn't even have to do anything with the ball lightning enchant. It just sometimes happens. $240, that's like so horrible. Should stop picking up this loot. Actually, I have enough materials. Yeah, I think it's the ball lightning enchant, even though if it's not triggered. I think it's the same it has been in like in season 2 with the ball lightning enchant. No, I mean I will play Spiritborn, yes, but I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm probably gonna play it for a little while, but I want to do the Sorc builds first. I really don't like the whole Spiritborn fantasy. Like, I like 2 kinds of characters. I like any kind of like sorceress, and I like basically ranged. So like bow kind of ranged, or like, you know, javelin kind of ranged. And obviously like Hammerden, but you know, there's no Hammerden, unfortunately. But I don't really like melee at all. Like, I hate melee actually. And the Spiritborn, I don't know. I have to look at the builds. Maybe there's something I like. But in general, it didn't really hook me so much, honestly. Like, I don't like this whole combination stuff. It's like too I don't want to think when I play. I just want to like press one button and call it a day. Like that's what I want to do. If I want to use my brain, like I go to work or something like that. But if I want to play a game, I don't want to really have too much thinking to do. There's gonna be a paladin. Like, paladin is gonna be next. 100%. Like, paladin is best. Like, they need to make Heimerden. Like, Heimerden is the best thing ever. But they also need to make teleport. Because they only have, like, this little rune teleport, which is, I don't think it's gonna be sufficient. But they need to make paladin. Like Holy Fire Paladin, for example, which is like characters I like because I don't have to press so many buttons, right? This whole aura din, I really like the idea of that you just have to activate your, you know, Holy Flame aura and it's just gonna kill everything and you just have to move. Like these, I really like these kinds of builds. I don't really like builds where I have to smash buttons so much. It's just exhausting to me, and it's for me like unnecessary, right? If I'm playing, I want to kind of relax, and I want to have a good time. I don't really want to have stress. Like that's why I'm never gonna do like high pit pushing and all that stuff. That's absolutely not what I'm interested in. I just want to play a relaxed game, and you know, Hammerden was very nice for that. Holy Fire would be very nice for that. In general, the Sorc builds around Lightning Spear are actually pretty cool. Like this build also because there's a lot of auto aiming. But I would really like Conjuration builds to work. I don't even know what Spiritborn. I think Spiritborn is Dex, yeah. But I mean, they kind of already confirmed that it's gonna be Paladin next, so. Maybe they give it a different name, though. Who knows? I mean, I honestly, like, channeling builds are actually pretty cool. If you can fix the movement somehow. I guess it depends. Like, for example, in Hordes, it wouldn't be a big issue if it would be channeling, right? But for example, in Helltides, like, you cannot really play it because... I mean, it depends also. If you're just standing still farming the Blood Maiden, you know, it's fine to play channeling. But the most builds I like is just auto, like, casting builds. Like, in Path of Exile, it's like Righteous Fire. It's like the coolest build. You just have, like, an aura of fire around you and just kills everything. You don't need to push a single button other than movement spells. And that's really what I like most. I just want to stand still, or I just want to move and have stuff die all the time by itself. And then I just want to build items around to make that stronger. I don't really like the whole idea of having to cast everything. That's why I also like Path of Exile, because you can have like so many auto triggers. Yeah, move while channeling would be pretty cool. I guess the idea that people, you know, don't actually... I mean, obviously, a lot of people want to play, like, highly active builds. But also a lot of people just don't. Like, for example, Whirlwind Barb, right? Whirlwind, they completely destroyed Whirlwind with this whole stupid Dust Devil bullshit. Right? So they made Whirlwind into, like, a spamming skill. Whirlwind should be, you know, you hold one button and you move. That was Whirlwind. And that was spin to win. That was why Whirlwind was so cool, because it was like such a relaxed build. You just press one button and everything dies around you. That was the whole idea of Whirlwind. Now Whirlwind is, you know, you have to animation cancel your Whirlwind so Dust Devils come out. Like, what's the point of that? Just give me goddamn Whirlwind. I want to make Whirlwind. I want to whirl through mobs and kill them. I don't want to smash a button 10 times a second to spawn Dust Devils, which... then kill stuff. I don't know. I don't want to use Whirlwind as an applicator for a secondary aspect. Just give me power on my main skills. Like that's what it's all about, right? I played Hammerden in last Epoch, obviously. It was really, really amazing, and it was exactly the like the kind of game I like, because you know you could just throw like 15 hammers and then you would move forward, but the hammers kept like spinning. So really enjoyed it. Just don't have the time to get into that game anymore right now. But it was pretty cool actually. I mean, I think I played the game for like 30, 40 hours maybe total. But now I'm just waiting for like PoE 2. I really don't want to invest time into Last Epoch right now, because it's just so close to PoE 2, and I think it's just going to be the better game, period. But I'm honestly like I'm 100% playing QE2 Righteous Fire. That's gonna be my first build, whatever. Just, it's just cool. You just move and everything dies. Then we're gonna do Delve. Delve is awesome. Really looking forward to that. Yeah, but meteorites are shit, so it doesn't really matter if you spawn meteorites around you because they don't do damage and they don't hit anything. I mean, I didn't even fully read the patch notes, but the runes weren't even in there, were they? Or maybe I skipped the section with the runes. Was there a full list of the runes in the patch notes? Yeah, but it needs 10 times the damage. Okay, so I didn't read it, honestly. But yeah, meteorites don't do damage. And the problem is they don't hit. They have a very, very small explosion radius. It's also the problem. I know a lot of players are putting the meteorites on their meteor builds, and this is just wrong because they literally don't do anything. I guess every meteor spawns like 5 of them, and they have an extremely small explosion radius. Like, it's really just like the size of like a crackling energy, and they don't basically hit anything. So you're way better off just getting like a damage aspect to, you know, boost your main meteor. The meteorites are just not any good. You would have to spawn like so many. Like, if you could spawn 20 meteorites a second, it would probably be cool. But, you know, if it's just like 1 or 2 a second, it's not gonna do anything. Yeah, but I still don't think it's gonna be a thing, honestly. But I don't know. Meteor is not gonna be a good build anyway, so... Why is Meteor not gonna be a good build? Hey, because it doesn't use Conjuration Mastery. Yeah, or like homing, that would actually be cool. That would actually be a cool mod for like meteorites. Just make them home for targets. I would totally enjoy that. That sounds like an awesome build. That's basically an awesome build for every spell, right? So don't give me like this weird runes. Give me a rune which makes my skill auto target. Way cooler. Can this build clear T8 hordes? Yes, this can, but you don't want to farm it. But I don't know. I mean, I should read the runes. I read the patch notes last night. I think I directly switched to the patch notes or something like that. I don't know. I didn't catch them. But I don't know. Because with the runes you also have to take into account, right? You're losing like 20%. Like you're losing 2 topaz, right? Which is actually... I mean, it's quite a big deal. So the runes will have to be very strong to make up for the lost damage, right? It's not like it's for free. Which is also... I don't really like that. They shouldn't really combat with gems, I feel like. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense that they are socketable, right? But, so in D2 you had way more sockets, so it wouldn't be like such a huge loss to combat the gems. Yeah, but is traveling 10 meters to do a like, is it gonna be better than 2 Topaz? Yeah, yeah, jewelry gems are like kind of useless. That's the way it is. Well, it's 3 skill ranks. 3 skill ranks is not so huge actually. So if you already have 25 skill ranks and you add another 3, that's actually less than a damage increase than having 200 more int, honestly. So it really depends a little bit, but if you already have very high skill ranks, just adding another 3 is just going to increase one of your multipliers by a very small amount. So the concept there is not so simple. But it really depends, obviously. Yeah, I know that there's a lot of stuff, but, you know, you can socket 3 of them, and, you know, you always have to take into account what you're going to lose for that and how really impactful it's going to be. So, I'm not sure if runes are going to be amazing or if they're going to be alright. Like, really, the person who designed this boss fight should just die in hell. I don't know whoever makes the concept of making, like, an evasive mob. It's, like, so unfun. Nobody wants a mob running away. Like, literally nobody ever would want that. Like, just annoying. Completely unnecessary. Just make it face tank me and die. I'm gonna look at these runes. I think I didn't catch them. Yeah, I think it's yeah the flame guy and the shadow guy are the I think there's 3 of them actually being evasive. I don't know who's the third guy. But yeah, it's really annoying. Like, especially the teleporting away. I don't know, I just don't like a design like that. I know it's probably gonna add challenge to the fight, yes, but it's, you know, I don't want to add challenge by annoying the player. I want to add challenge by challenging the player. And chasing a mob which is teleporting away is not challenge, it's just purely annoying. So if you want to challenge me, give it abilities I have to dodge, but make it stand still so I can at least attack it. Right, let me just check this patch notes. Where is the PTR patch notes? So this is the article. 1 second. Oh, wait, so I jumped straight to the patch notes. Okay, so I probably would have to go here, right? No, you have to. Okay, yeah. So I went straight to the patch notes, so I didn't even read this. Okay, faster skill. I guess these are really Casts 3 non-chance, lucky hit, up to chance against injured enemies. Blah. This is pretty cool if you have permanent barrier, I guess. Pretty useless. This is like so terrible, actually. Just 5. Wonder if this works with teleport enchant. This could be interesting. This could be interesting. This is probably very strong. Cast a skill after moving. This is probably not strong at all. This is also probably not strong. This is probably also not strong. So, you know, there's some good generators here. This is useless. Enhanced Warcry. I don't know how much damage it actually does. So it kind of depends on the skill rank, I guess. I mean, gain 3 plus 3 skills for 5 seconds. It's really not that great. It really depends on the skill you are running. But if you have like 25 plus skill points in a skill, this is going to be less than 200 intelligence. I can already guarantee you. So this is not so strong than you might think. Plus skill points is not so strong. The Warcry is 25%. I mean, 25% is a little bit stronger than 2 gems, I would say, yeah. But not massively stronger. It's a little stronger, yes. But I don't know exactly how much movement speed and stuff you get, so this might be interesting. But it also requires 500 offering, which is a little bit, which is kind of, you know, a lot. And not sure how fast you can get 500. And this is probably bad. Like 25% crit is not worth 2 gems. It's so easy to get crit. I mean, it depends how the numbers change, but right now getting crit is way too easy to make this this useful. Maybe early game it could be strong, but this is also like completely, well, critical strike and overpower. This is probably gonna be pretty strong with a certain build. I don't think it's gonna be so strong for Sorc, but in general, I guess guaranteed crit and overpower is pretty strong. But 700 is also like, I guess, a lot. I don't think this, I don't even know what it does, but I don't think it's so strong. I don't know how strong Petrify is actually. Yeah, so you have to 3 times evoke a skill from another class, which is actually not available other than I mean, I don't think it's I don't think is Petrify, isn't it? It's based on like some kind of necro stuff, right? It's not a huge crit multi by itself. It has like some conditions, like it's based on your maximum resource or whatever it is. Like there's some condition to it, right? This is pretty cool, for example, like cooldown reduction, which is, you know, right now you have to waste an aspect for that. Like reduce all cooldowns. This is actually pretty strong. Like I can see this one here making a lot of crazy builds. 0.25 seconds on 100 offering. This could be probably like, I mean, it's cooldown 1 seconds, so so it's probably not so strong, honestly. Cooldown 1 seconds for 0.25. Depends. Yeah. This is probably gonna irrelevant. I don't know. Relevant. Relevant. I mean, I don't think anybody cares. There's like so many of these like execute, whatever. Iron Maiden, I don't think that's gonna be good. But you know, there's probably like some weird interactions with these. I think that's gonna be any good. I don't think this is gonna be good. This is just an orange herald. I think if you need like 2 runes to fix your ultimate cooldown, that's not a good thing. I don't even know what this is. I don't even think this is gonna be good, honestly. But, you know, I honestly think teleport enchantment is not that strong. Yeah, but I honestly don't think ultimates are gonna be good. I know they say they're gonna make it better, but I honestly don't think so. Frost Nova, this is probably fun. Like, this is probably even gonna be fun for Sorc to get free Frost Novas. This might be interesting, honestly. I don't know what that is. But pulling in enemies sounds good. Earthquake, nah, nobody cares. I think no, anybody cares. Cares. I don't think anybody cares. I mean, it depends. This only... So, my problem is DS have cooldown 1 second, right? I mean, I don't know how much overflow. Like, it doesn't specify, right, how much it is. So, is it like if you have another 25, it's going to spawn 1 extra, 2 extra, 3 extra? So, it might be interesting if you can spawn like 50 ones, like 50 meteorites a second or something like that. Then it might be interesting. What that is. I mean, it's not so many, honestly. I mean, it's probably interesting, but it's not blowing me away, I have to say. There's some cool things in there, but, you know, right now it's not really blowing me away, I have to say. The only thing I see is the cooldown reduction one, and maybe the Frost Nova one might be interesting. Maybe the teleport also. You get like a free teleport enchantment. The Decrepify I would have to see, and the Warcry, those maybe do good damage. But I don't really see anything major in here. Like, it's basically all just stats, right? So there's nothing game altering in here. A Warcry is just stats, right? +3 skills is stats. Crit chance is stats. Guaranteed crit or overpower. This is actually a little bit game changing, but in the end, you know what? This is stats. Bulwark, I think this is stats as well. You know, Petrify, I don't even know what that is. If Decrepify is probably also like, these are all stats, right? Nothing of this is any game altering, other than maybe the meteorites if you can get enough. But that's what I'm saying. It's not really game altering, right? Sure, you can get 20% DR, you can get 25% damage from whatever, but you can have other sources to get this. That's exactly the problem I have with D4. They don't make game altering stuff, they just give you extra stats. On most things, you know, rogue stun grenades, whatever, right? I don't think these are stunning, making crowd control, but it's not really a very interesting skill. You know, Necromancer's Desecrated Ground, I don't even know what it does. You know, it probably has like some combinations with some abilities, which gives you more damage. But, you know, I would have liked stuff, you know, requires 100 offering, it's gonna cast a freaking fireball. Requires 100 offering, cast a frozen orb. Requires 100 offering, whatever, do something interesting, right? Requires 500 offering, your next skill is gonna fire 5 additional projectiles. I want stuff like that. This is all stats. That's what I don't like. You know, summon a spirit wolf to attack. Okay, this is not stats. This might be interesting, honestly. Not sure if it counts as conjurations for Sorc. But yeah. So I don't really feel like it's super interesting. And that's why I don't understand. Like, if you make a system like that, why don't you make the cool stuff? Like, you implementing something that I can cast skills of other classes. So why do you only take the boring buffs? Why don't you take the active skills, which are actually interesting? Right? Why don't you give me the ultimates? Why don't you give me a freaking whirlwind on my Sorc? Like who cares? Just give me something interesting. Don't give me the stuff I don't care about. Right? If I want to get 30% extra damage, that's nice, but I don't care about 30% extra damage. I can get 30% extra damage from everywhere. That's just my perspective on it. I want game-altering stuff. Yeah, enter the Archon, whatever. Exactly. You have stuff like Poison Nova, right? You have Poison Nova Andariels. Give me a 100 offering, give me a Poison Nova. Give me the Lightning Nova from freaking Asadoras or whatever. Just give me like something cool. That's my issue with that. And they have been doing this since Season 1. Like, everything they add is just more damage. They really don't do... Like, Vampire powers, yeah, you get more attack speed, you get more damage, whatever. All the uniques, basically, focus around damage, right? You just get a random unique, which gives you more damage. But nothing changes in the game. You just get more damage. And that's just boring. And, you know, I was like so hyped when we were getting the tempers for the extra projectiles, but it's just one. Why is it just one? Give me more projectiles. Give me 5 projectiles. Right? Let me break the goddamn game. Let me make something cool. Right? Why, you know... what is the, what was it called in D2, not Inferno, where you have, like, the burning ground behind you? Forget how it's called. That was pretty cool. Oh yeah, just give me, like, you know, 2,000 offering, you explode in a lightning nova, which covers the entire goddamn screen. Or 500 offering, pull all mobs from the screen into the center. Something like that. Like, cool stuff. I mean, they have the cool effects. I mean, they can take, like, cool skills, right? I mean, a lot of unique items have, like, abilities. There's, like, shadow dots and stuff like that. There's actually a lot of stuff they could use. But yeah. I mean, I'm not impressed by that. I mean, I think it's still gonna be cool, but I didn't really see a whole lot of interesting effects. Maybe like 2 or 3 effects seem interesting to me. But the rest wasn't really interesting to me. Maybe, you know, everything which would cast some active damaging spell would be interesting to me. And there was just like 2 or something. Yeah, also pretty cool, right? I mean, there's so much cool stuff you can do, but they literally don't do anything. I don't know. Give me, like, make my Sorc like a permanent spinning frozen orb or something like that. Just give me cool stuff. Well, you don't make, you need to make, you can make it a whirlwind with frost. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not about, you know, finding an excuse why to not do something. It's more like finding a way to do something which is actually, you know, mind-blowing, right? That would be the challenge there. Like, if my challenge is just to find like a dozen other ways to give classes 30% more damage or 30% more attack speed or 30% more crit, you know, you can just make an aspect. Why, for example, the whole story with like the skill casting, right? Just think this one step further. So, Barbarian Warcry gives you 25% damage and 15% movement speed, right? So, why do we make a rune which casts a Barbarian skill? You can just make a rune which says, you know what, this gives you 15% extra movement speed and 25% extra damage. It's gonna be exactly the freaking same. That's why I'm saying you use a skill which is a stat stick. And that's... just use the skills which are not stat sticks. Like, for example, Inferno. Take Sorc Inferno, which is pretty cool, right? Give me, like, whatever, 500 offering and it casts an Inferno on you, which is pulling mobs in and makes them burn. Like, cool stuff. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's room in the system for what I'm suggesting. That's correct. But why not use it? I mean, I don't understand releasing a system. So you basically do a hype system, right? Which is runes. You do runes, which is a new mechanic, which is, you know, you hype everybody, and then you just give me boring effects. So why don't you just wait with the release of that until you have cool effects? It's just because they are kind of like forced to press content because they don't have anything. Yeah, that's exactly, like, you want build altering stuff. And that's why, you know, Path of Exile is just such a better game when it comes to like endgame, like depths. Because it just has skill altering. Skill altering is everything in PoE. Right? Every item stat alters skills. Every skill gem alters skills. Like, the game is all about altering your skills. And Diablo is all about giving skills more attack speed, crit chance, and damage. So you decide which one is more interesting. Obviously the one which gives you different stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I see the potential in the system, I just don't see the execution any good at this point. I mean, I kind of get the Warcry story because, you know, but again, I don't understand it. So just put it like this, right? They made this in D2, right? You had Call to Arms, which was casting Warcries from Barbs. In D2 was extremely strong. It would give you, I don't even know how much HP. It would give you a skill rank, which is actually in D2, it would mean a lot. And it would give you, I think, armor. So that was a rune word, right? So we basically give you the same thing, but in a weird way. Same with the teleport enchant, right? Enigma would give you infinite teleporting. So we give you a rune word which lets you teleport once every like 2 or 3 seconds. Which is just a much weaker version, which is gonna make it less appealing. It might still be interesting, but you know, it's not the same, right? It's the same we already had like 15 years ago, but worse. And runewords were in D2 weren't focused around casting other classes' skills. Yes, there were some runewords which were casting other classes' skills, but that was not their main purpose. Yeah, like stuff, all skills are pyromancy. That would actually be pretty cool. Right? Or, you know, damage transformations, right? I mean, there's no damage transformations in D4. Like something like, you know, transform all damage into burning damage, and then you scale burning damage. So you could play a burning Frozen Orb build, or you could play a burning Ice Shards build, or you could play a burning Lightning build. Stuff like that, right? Enigma was unhealthy for the build diversity? No. It was actually creating... I mean, Enigma didn't really change anything in build diversity, to be honest. Like, Enigma just made all other classes faster. But did it change anything in the builds itself? Not really, right? I mean, the builds pretty much stayed the same. Like a Hammerden, you can play a Hammerden without Enigma. With Enigma, it just gets stronger because you can telestomp and move faster. But it didn't really alter the build. Same with like all the... It's pretty much all classes. Like, it would just be faster movement. So that I wouldn't really say change build diversity at all. Maybe it was like the mercenary weapons were kind of, you know, changing a little bit of the build diversity because you would always play certain merc abilities, giving you certain like minus resistances and stuff like that. But I don't feel like Enigma makes diversity worse. I mean, but you also have to put it in perspective. The item, when it originally released, was extremely expensive and was almost unobtainable. Obviously, like, the whole boarding story and stuff like that changed that. But, you know, back in the days when the runewords released in D2, like, getting an Enigma, that was no joke. You had to farm, like, your ass off. You had to farm for, like, months to get your Enigma. That wasn't, like, something you would just pick up. So it was a very good reward, but it was also, like, crazy expensive. Like, most people wanting, like, getting Enigma in the early days were, like, farming counters for 8 hours a day for, like, a couple of months straight. I don't know the exact numbers. You would have to do probably, like, a month of counters farming to get, like, a secured Enigma. And everything else would be just pure RNG. Like, dropping a Burr rune by RNG, like, that was pretty much impossible. So you could farm for it, but the investment was huge. And I feel like if the investment is huge, like, there's nothing wrong with giving you a powerful item. But I really don't see the diversity. It's just a chess piece. It just empowers builds. But don't feel like it has anything to do with diversity, honestly. You basically sacrifice survivability for, well, magic find and teleport skill. I don't think it's like you have to play this item unless, you know, obviously the economy is fucked and you can get the runes everywhere. But not really changing the build. It's changing the itemization of a build, but the build itself stays the same. Like a Javelin Amazon with or without Enigma is still going to be a Javelin Amazon. Like, nothing really changes about the class other than it can now teleport. But I mean, in the end, it doesn't really change a whole lot about, you know, the opinion that just, you know, D4 is... I'm not gonna say it's a boring game. I'm just gonna say it hasn't really... So the gameplay itself hasn't evolved since the game launched. Like, literally, the skills are the same than a year ago. Nothing has changed at all. All what's changing is, you know, the damage numbers. You get more attack speed, you get more crit, you get more cooldown reduction, you get more damage. But the skills itself are still not modified. Other than, you know, having the option to cast one additional projectile. That is literally the only modification they made to skills in a full year. Right? I mean, that's a fact. And that should just be better. They should just focus on that. They shouldn't focus on giving me 15 more ways to get 30% extra damage. They should focus on giving me more interesting builds. Oh god. It's fucked up. That's good. I think I'm not hitting one. This build also doesn't have unstable currents uptime because I don't have any greater FX cooldown reduction whatsoever. And I don't have cooldown reduction on my amulet, so it's like pretty annoying in the boss fight. If I had unstable currents cooldown reduction on my amulet, I would have had permanent unstable currents here, but you know, I don't really have the funds right now to fix that. I don't know. So, I mean, honestly, from an itemization point of view, what you're talking about is basically the World of Warcraft system. Well, not really. I mean, leveling up an item, I don't think that's going to be interesting. But I kind of like the World of Warcraft system. With, you know, in World of Warcraft, at some point you should just you just get tokens, right? Whatever content you do, you get tokens, and then in the end you can exchange the tokens for your items. And it's taking all the RNG out. Well, there's still some RNG, but you know, important items you can get for tokens. And that's kind of the same other games do with crafting, right? So World of Warcraft doesn't really do crafting. I mean, it has specific crafting recipes, but it doesn't really have random crafted items. And other games do that with crafting. So you have a certain way of crafting gear which you want, and you basically have a defined way of getting it. So the RNG is not so strong in these. Like, for example, Path of Exile crafting is basically calculatable. Yes, there's RNG, but if you're like in the mid-level, you can absolutely make the items you want with, you know, little resource investment. And I would like a system like this. I would just like legit crafting. I don't like RNG looting. I mean, obviously, RNG looting is part of the game, right? You find a nice unique item and that's going to be awesome. But while you're looking for this unique item, you should find materials which allow crafting. Right? And that was also so cool with runes in D2. You would find the runes while you were hunting for your Shaco or whatever. And then at some point you can use the runes to make like medium runewords, right? You can make your first smoke armor, which is gonna give you like a hell lot of survivability, or you can make your like your rhyme shield, like your shell S or whatever that was called. And so it's all stuff you basically pick up on the way to get what you really want. And in D4, you don't find anything on the way. You just have the one random loot attempt. And if you would pick up crafting materials which allow you to actually craft for gear, you know, the game would be so much better. Like, games with crafting are good. And D4 has really no crafting. I mean, what D4 has is... I don't even know how I want to like call it, but it's not crafting. So, why can't I use my... my 36k veil crystals to, you know, craft something? Why can't you give me like an item, like a recipe, and you can say, you know what, create an ice, like, you know, I just select an affix, and for, you know, 10,000 veil crystals, I can make the affix 50% or whatever, like, you know, like the tempering, for example. Like, I choose one affix out of 3. Just make it expensive. It's not gonna break the game. It's just gonna make it more enjoyable. Because, you know, you can get the gear you want. You don't have to, you know, trade for it or whatever. If I want an armor with intelligence maximum life and I can craft it, you know, it's gonna be just way better. Exactly. Like, too much RNG leads to frustration. And frustration is gonna make the game not enjoyable. So take out RNG and make it more like farming, right? If I play 2 hours and I get nothing in return, I'm not gonna have a great time, and I might not do another 2 hours because, you know, I will be like, yeah, whatever. I just farmed 2 hours, I got nothing, fuck it. I'm just gonna call it a day. Gonna go eat some burgers or whatever. But if I have the 2 hours and I say, oh yeah, well, I didn't really find anything, but you know what? I found this 3 runes, this 5 crafting materials XYZ, and on top of it, I have like 500 of these, and I can now use these to craft an item with 2 greater affixes I want. Right, so I farmed 2 hours, and in the end, I can at least make something with the time I invested. Then you're gonna do what, right? You're gonna craft the item, you're gonna get a little bit more strong, and you're gonna do another 2 hours. And then in that 2 hours, you know, you're probably not gonna find it again, but you will be, now, you know, this is going much more smooth now since I made my 2 greater affix wand or whatever. And then you were like, oh, I used the materials I found now to make a 2 greater affix focus or 1 greater affix focus, whatever the scaling with the crafting is gonna be. But that is also then one thing PoE makes better, right? PoE, like, yes, you can find awesome unique items, you can find awesome base items, but that is RNG. But on the way, you find your currency to do your crafting. And that keeps people hooked. And that makes people also make all these crazy farming strategies in Paths of Exile, right? So they make the crazy farming strategies how to get the most amount of currency from a map. Why do they do that? Because they can use the currency then to do something meaningful with it. And you know what? They might find the headhunter on the way and be freaking happy, but that is gonna be RNG. So you need RNG, but it shouldn't be all RNG. There should be like controllable elements. And that was the same in D2. You would just drop the runes on the way and make your rune words. That was the coolest thing about rune words. And you know what? If you wanted to, you know, if you are missing like a medium rune to make your rune word, you could go for the freaking counters and make, you know, 10 runs and you would get your rune. So you would spend an hour or whatever, or 30 minutes to do that, and then you would have what you want. If you do that in D4, you're never gonna find anything. If you're not trading, you're never gonna get the gear you need. And that's just, you know, that is just missing in a game like this. I mean, even D3 had crafting. So that is what's missing in this game, and I don't see a reason why crafting would be imbalanced, right? Like for example, like this weapon, right? I bought this for I think 300 million gold. So why don't you give me an option to, you know, give me one crafting recipe to, for a legendary item, make one regular affix a greater affix. Make it expensive, okay, but just give me that recipe. It's not gonna break any freaking thing in the game. It's not gonna change anything. You're gonna find these items anyway at some point. So just give me an upgrade recipe to make a regular affix a greater affix. Then you can actually keep items like an item. If an item has 3 out of 3 stats you want, right? Whatever. Like if you have this focus which has intelligence, lucky chance, and cooldown reduction, but none of them is a greater affix, I can just keep it and say, you know what, I want to make cooldown reduction greater affix, it's gonna cost me so much. You can also alter the price, right? You can make cooldown reduction greater affix much more expensive than intelligence greater affix. And what you're getting is, all of a sudden, you really have a crafting system and an itemization system, which is interesting. And you don't really need to do a whole lot. Like, the greater affix system is alright. Just, you know, make me craft a greater affix, and then later on you can iterate on it, right? You can get ranks of greater affixes. You can say, you know what, this is a tier 1 greater affix, tier 2 greater affix, tier 3 greater affix. And then you can upgrade your greater affix for even more. You can obviously find it, but, you know, then you have a system you can iterate on. And you just balance it by the amount of resource needed, so it's really not a huge deal. Like, what's the goddamn difference if you find something RNG, or if you know, obtain a certain amount of crafting resources per hour, and then, you know, technically need 15 hours of farming to upgrade your cooldown reduction to greater affix tier 3 or whatever. Like, it's not gonna really break anything. So, I mean, it's not like it's not rocket science, right? I mean, other games have shown how it works. And then obviously, I don't think you should even be able to create your items. I think the enchanting system we have right now is garbage. It should just be removed. And it should just be replaced by something with crafting. If you craft, you could say, you know what, you can just choose one affix and craft another affix on it, and just give it a cost. Don't give me this random push a button as long for like 15 billion years until I hit. Just give me a crafting recipe and, you know, make it, you know, craft cooldown reduction. It rolls from 5 to 8%. Make it a cost. I have to craft it 15 times to get my max roll. You know what? It is how it is. Super simple crafting system. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Just use the goddamn crafting system all other games already have. Really not that difficult. But yeah. And that's, these things could make also for casuals, I feel like these systems are, because, you know, casuals are not stupid. Like, you don't make a, you don't need to make a game dirt easy to be like casual friendly, right? If you take any kind of RPGs, like if you take whatever, like Witcher games or like Elder Scrolls, whatever, Monster Hunter Worlds. All these games have kind of like crafting systems like that, right? So just give simple crafting systems. Easy to understand. Put an item on the crafting bench, select the stat you want, press a button, it has a cost, and you get the stat. A ticket closed. Just that's how it's supposed to work. And yeah, the tempering is complete bullshit. Like even now you get the scroll of retempering, the system still remains bullshit. Like the other day when I was making this build, I was buying 3 focus. Focus, greater FX cooldown reduction, focus, greater FX lucky hit chance. For 4 billion gold each, I was buying 3 of those. I bricked every single freaking one. And I'm not even going for like, I'm not even going for like chances. I just want the stat. I don't even care about the roll. I bricked 3 of them in a row. Just with this stupid bullshit random system. It is just not the right place for RNG. RNG should be for drops, but it should not be for like a system like that. It just feels terrible, and you will like, oh, it's not like, oh yeah, I bricked my focus, now I'm gonna go and farm another one. It's not like that. It's like, oh holy fuck, I bricked my focus again. Fuck it, I'm just gonna take the one I already have. I'm out of this. It's unenjoyable RNG. And by just having a crafting system where, you choose the stat, but the roll is different. That is actually way better, because you'll be like, yeah, okay, it's a min roll, I'm gonna redo it. Oh, it's a min roll, I'm gonna redo it. And then once you hit the max roll, you're freaking happy. You'll be like, nice, I got the max roll. Good feeling. Next item. So, I don't know. That's also like, that's simple psychology, right? Like nobody wants to be angry about RNG, which doesn't even need to be there. Like if I go to play like roulette and I put all my shit on black and red is, I had a fair 50-50 chance. But, if I have 1 in 4, which is a 25% chance, and, I fail at 24 times in a row, it just feels like shit. If you go play roulette and you put, like, go on black 24 times in a row, you know what? Chances are pretty high you win 12 times. But it's not like you have like 25 items to temper, so statistics really don't matter in this system. It's not about statistics if you have a limited amount of tries. If you would have 50 tries, you know what? Statistics would be alright. But it is really not like that. Statistically, if I have 2 times 1 in 4 chance and I have like 8 attempts on the item, statistically, I need 2 items to not brick it. Statistically. In reality, you know what? You might need 10 items. So, just give me a cost and a crafting system. Way better. Even the masterworking I don't like. I mean, the masterworking, again, it's not so bad because, it doesn't brick the item. But still, I don't like it. I still think it's too much RNG. Just give me a cost and let me select it. I don't need the RNG. Just tell me, how much is the cost. So just give me 1 button random or give me 1 button choose. And the button choose costs exactly the amount, for the random. So if I want to gamble, let me gamble. But if I don't want to gamble, just give me the cost. If the like choosing the last, like the 3 out of 3 tier, for example, it also gives you new strategies, right? So you can random the first 2 tiers and then whatever, make it 15,000 knees iron to choose the 3rd tier. Just gonna be way better than the random bullshit. And really nobody wants the random stuff. I don't understand why it's in there. I haven't heard about a single person which likes the randomness in tempering or masterworking. I know nobody who has ever said that. I haven't read a single comment on any YouTube video where somebody is saying he likes the randomness in tempering or masterworking. I haven't seen it. Not a single person. So, if not a single person likes the system, you know, the system is garbage. If there are split opinions, you know, if you have like 50% liking it and 50% not liking it, you know, you can open a debate to keep it in. But if everybody hates it, there's no reason for it to be there, because you know what, the game is gonna fall off at some point. Because a better game is gonna come out and people are not gonna play it anymore. Yeah, but that gambling doesn't hook in players, like everybody knows that it doesn't. This is not interesting gambling, this is bullshit gambling. Yeah, but I don't get that. I mean, I don't get it in that instance, because, you know, if the chances of getting the dopamine hit is just way too low, and, you know, in most of the time it's just fucking you up and you stop playing, or, you know, you give up, that cannot be the solution. It would be just keep the item, don't brick it, right? Just same with tempering, just let me keep the last roll. Give me the dopamine kick on, you know what, give me a crit, right? There's good ways of doing this and bad ways. So give me a temper, which gives me, you know, put it like this, select the tempering recipe. It gives 10 to 15%. And then give me a 10% chance for it to actually crit on 20%. That's your dopamine kick. You're not gonna get it, you know what, the item is still gonna be fine, but your dopamine kick is the crit there. That's how that's how they did it in World of Warcraft, and it was actually really successful with Titanforge. So Titanforge, the system where you could just your item could roll like 35 item power higher just by RNG, and you would run your raid, and you would be like, you would get the Titanforge one, and you would be like, holy shit, this is your dopamine kick there. But if you don't get it, you know what? It's still good. That is a good system. But this whole freaking item bricking story, that is just, no. Just take it out of the game. Nobody wants it. This is like the worst positioning. Oh dear. Better. That's what I hate about this boss fight. Just don't make them run away, and like nobody, yeah, and then that happens. You get lazy and just die. Ah. So annoying. Okay, which one is the... What? So sometimes weird things happens, because sometimes you just get like weird damage of these bosses. I have this happen with the Hydras. Like I have had this happen like a lot of the time. When I have like full barrier and everything, and the Hydra just randomly one-shots me, and then I do it again and the Hydra literally does no damage. I don't even know what's causing this. Some kind of strange interaction between the bosses. Like they kind of buff each other, and if you have the shadow one and it's whatever, it empowers the Hydra and then it does crazy damage. It's like, I don't even understand how it works. Because I have like 17k life, 70k barrier, and I have decent damage reduction actually. And this is just a tier 7 boss, so it shouldn't do so much damage, I feel like. I mean, I could also just dodge the goddamn ability, but you know, I'm lazy. Yeah, it is like it is. That is also like one major part of this game is the one-shot mechanics, which I just don't like at all. Just happens way too frequently, and I know you can dodge every single ability, but I feel like the kind of challenge shouldn't be. I feel like damage should be scaling gradually, but I feel like one shots. It's not the way I like to play like in ARPG. I like to, you know, get more powerful. I like to have mobs get more hit points, and I like to have them gradually do more damage. But I don't want them to randomly one-shot me, because then I feel like, you know, there's nothing I can do to prevent it other than, you know, dodging every single ability. That kind of removes my chill factor there. But, you know, this game has time to evolve. Um, I think the game is always fun in the beginning of a season, but the season falls off very very fast. Right now it doesn't fall off so fast because they basically redid like the entire itemization changes and stuff like that. But I guess if they get back into like a regular season system, even with the expansion, I don't think it's gonna be like so much new content, honestly. There's gonna be some new content, but I don't think there's gonna be a huge amount of new builds coming up. 8k, that's alright. But we will see on the PTR, right? They said all the runes are going to be in the PTR, and I think you have the vendor, which gives you all the runes directly. So that's at least cool, because, you know, we can actually test all the shit without, you know, having to spend hours and hours and hours of farming that. So we can really just log in and test it. And I really like that. Like, I gotta hand it to them. It's mind-blowing that it took like 3 PTRs for them to put a goddamn vendor which sells you all the items. But they finally have it, hey. So I'm not gonna complain about that. But that's gonna be very cool because, you know, it's really just gonna be easy to test everything. Easy to gonna be testing every single rune interaction. It's easy to test the new skills and everything. It's easy to get the items we want, the uniques. So I really, really like that. That's gonna be freaking awesome. You can really just do 1 day of PTR and you can pretty much test everything. Because what's gonna take the most time is obtaining the gear. And if that is instant, we can at least test that. Yeah, before they really didn't... I also don't understand how they did it like that. Like, if you make a PTR... Like, you just gotta give people everything. I don't even know what the debate was. Like, the first PTR was the vendor, which is gonna give you obols. And you could use obols to gamble the gear. Like, why don't you just put a vendor which, you know, gives you a button which fills your entire stash with gear? All max rolled. Right? And then you will like, alright, let's look through the entire stash. And, you know, salvage it. Alright, fill my entire stash with gear once again. And, I mean, it's okay if you don't even choose it, but, you know, just give me the masses. I think they're just overwhelmed with work, and I think they are, like, pushed, and they have, like, deadlines which are not really doable. And then they be like, oh, no, alright, we're just gonna do this. This is better than nothing. With knowing that it's garbage. Because you cannot tell me that they don't know that it's bullshit, right? Like, it's common sense. Like, people saying, are you not playing your own game? You know what? I'm pretty sure they're gonna play their own game. They just don't have enough time. Like, I don't think it's fair to assume that they are doing bad stuff on purpose. I think they're just pushed into releasing stuff not being ready. And that must feel bad, man. I mean, there's absolutely no way they don't test their stuff. They probably just have like a small quality insurance team. And the quality insurance team probably says, okay, this, and this is garbage. Can you change it? And then they will, no, we have no time to change it. We're gonna release it like this anyway. So... I mean, there's just no way, like, these systems ran through quality insurance like that. Like, you remember the initial tempering button? Like, how long it took, like, to do the tempering, the masterworking? Like, there's no way, like, somebody in quality insurance tests that system and says, yeah, so I have clicked this button 17 times now, and it's getting kind of boring. Can you change it? And then they would be like, yeah, you know what? It's probably kind of boring, but we can't change it. We have no time, sorry. So, I just don't want to believe, like, you know, these things can slip through. I think they're just, you know, poorly designed in the first place and then not fixed. I think they wanted to copy Lost Ark gambling because it was, like, so successful, actually. But in Lost Ark it was very different because they had the UIs to, like, skip the animations and stuff like that. And you basically just hammer the button and, you know, instantly when you have no success you can just hammer it again. And they have hotkeys and stuff like that. And with D4 it was really just you had to, like, do 3 mouse clicks on 3 different buttons which were in different locations and wait for, like, a 2-second animation. That was just so poor. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like this whole mobile game direction, honestly. Yeah, I mean, a larger chest is... I wouldn't even place a chest. I mean, them placing chests is also, you know, why not just drop the loot, right? I mean, yeah, you can do a chest, but yeah, do a larger one, obviously. Do a, like, 100 one, and yeah, same story, right? You cannot tell me that somebody in the quality insurance team played in Infernal Hordes and he got, like, 700 ever or whatever, and he went to the chest and clicked it 35 times and would be like, yeah, this is a lot of fun clicking this chest 35 times. Like, there's no way, right? There's no way anybody would ever enjoy that. Like, it makes no... It's not enjoyable to click this chest 35 times because it doesn't drop anything interesting. There's no dopamine kick or whatever. It just drops the same loot every single time. So, just make it drop, like, 10 times as much. Yeah, obviously. It's stupid. I don't even understand, like, the whole concept behind the single chests. I mean, I understand the concept, yeah. But, you should be able to choose between different sizes of chests. I also don't like the loot explosions on those chests, like, just make the Greater FX chest drop 2 Greater FX items, call it a day. Yeah, I mean, if you measure in customer engagement, and then you can make a statistic, and at the end you can say, you know what, 15 billion loot chests have been clicked. That sounds very good for, like, your stakeholders. I mean, there is metrics involved, obviously. They're doing metrics with these games, and probably parts of the systems are designed to fit certain metrics, right? So measurements. So how it usually works is, like, the management gives, like, targets, gives goals, and then you have to measure the goals, right? So they would give you a target. Have players engage in XYZ, or have players do whatever, and then they basically have to put in, like, measurements mechanisms to do that. So what would be a good measurement mechanism for management? Chests opened. What? So if middle management has to report to the top management and they can say, you know what, 15 billion chests open, that's actually 5,600 chests per player. So we have a really great game and people are looting the shit out of the game. You know what? That sounds very great for management. The reality is, well, if you click the chest 15 times, it's pretty inflated number. But you know, the higher management is not gonna look at the goddamn game, right? They're just gonna look at the numbers. But that's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. Everybody wants their bonus payments, right? The middle management guy wants to achieve their bonus payment, so he has to kind of direct the game into the direction where he can obtain his bonus payments. And if the goals are whatever, to get a bonus payment, then, you know, just give me 15 extra clicks on the chest, man. There's really weird stuff like that, like which makes no sense at all, but I have seen stuff like that. Where there's like weird metrics which nobody cares about, but you get paid for that. Like there's developers being paid in the line of codes they write. Like how much sense does that actually make? I mean, so a good metric would be playtime, right? So it actually is. Because if you have a metric which is, you know, how many hours does the average player play per week or per month, and, you know, you have a lot of players who are only doing like 2 boards a day, or maybe even 1, right? And that's actually the majority, right? The majority is gonna play maybe an hour or 2 hours a day. And if you add 3 minutes to the end of an Infernal Hordes because he has to click the chest 10 times, that's actually give you like 8 more minutes of game time. And if that's your metric, from that point of view, it actually makes sense to prolong stuff like that. And that's also the same if you look at the Masterworking, right? So why was it implemented like that? If you take into account that there's no way the system has been implemented like that because it's a good UI, right? Because nobody wants to click 4 buttons to redo anything. So there's no way it got implemented like that because the UI is good. But you know what? It's extending the game time. And you know what? That's something shareholders care about. If you tell them, you know what? The average player plays so many hours. And you can, you know, inflate that number. You can increase that number by like 8 minutes. By just making them press extra buttons. You know what? It's probably gonna work. Sounds stupid, but you know. No, they don't add PDR to Xbox. PDR is always gonna be PC Battle.net. Yeah, but they changed it so hardcore players couldn't abuse, what was it, like the scroll? Wasn't like the scroll of escape cooldown or something? I don't even know. There was some weird interaction that they reduced the time because they said it was an abusing problem. And yeah, and that's also like, if you take into account like all these little wait times everywhere, right? So why do you have these little wait times everywhere? Why do you need them? It is not required, right? So why are they in there in the first place? Yeah, but there was something with the timing. I don't remember exactly what it was. But they said it was for like abusing reasons in hardcore that they increased this teleport time. And I mean, 5 seconds. That is like that is so freaking long, man. It's like it takes ages. Like you really can't do that. And the same with the Nightmare Dungeon, right? So remember when you used to teleport in front of the dungeon? So why on earth would you design a system where you run a nightmare dungeon, you click on it on the map, and you end up in front of the dungeon, and you have to click it again. Like, there's absolutely no sense to make this system. Like, it's completely pointless. Why would anybody ever come up with the idea to start a dungeon, teleport in front of the dungeon, and then click the dungeon again and go in? Like, why would you do this? I mean, this is not like... It makes no sense whatsoever other than, you know, extending playtime. And, you know, I don't want to believe some systems were bad by design to extend playtime, you know. And, you know, it might be not, but... Then why would you design a system like that, right? What's the point of teleporting in front of a dungeon? And we still have the nightmare dungeons, right? So we still have to activate the sigil, right? So why do I have to the sigil? Why do I have to right-click it, then press map and select it? What is the goddamn reason? Why don't I have right-click it and then give me a pop-up? Do you want to teleport to the dungeon now? Yes or no? Why don't I get the pop-up? Like, it just makes no sense. I click the sigil. Why do I click it? I don't click the sigil because I want to run it in half an hour. I click the sigil because I want to run the goddamn dungeon right now. So just give me a pop-up and let me port to it. There's just no point in creating a system like that, other than it being bad by design. Because it just makes no sense. And these are like the little things I just don't understand in this game. Or at least give me like a button somewhere. Like, you know, when you create a nightmare dungeon and, you know, close the map, that you don't even find the goddamn dungeon, that you need to scroll the map to find the dungeon. There's not even a button, go to nightmare dungeon or anything. It is just so weird. What is this bullshit? Yeah, but why stress for devs? Like, why would you develop it like this in the first place, right? So, you have a, whatever, billion development budget, right? So I click this item. You already have pop-up, right? You have the UI element pop-up. It exists. Activate the Infernal Horse. So, give me a third button. Accept and teleport, accept and cancel. How hard can it be to do this, right? So now I have to press accept. And, you know, this wasn't like this in the beginning. The Nightmare Dungeon wasn't focused in the beginning. In the beginning, you would just be randomly. So what if I accidentally close this map now? Oh, look at this. I am now at my position, right? So who designs a system like that? Look at the map. I don't even see the Nightmare Dungeon right now. So now I have to zoom out and search for that goddamn dungeon, right? If I would know that it's here, I can go here, and the arrow isn't even there at the Infernal Hordes. At the Nightmare Dungeon, you have this little arrow pointing you to the location of the map to teleport in the dungeon. Like, you have a menu here on the left side. Just give me like a teleport to Nightmare Dungeon button, maybe? Like, you cannot tell me like that these systems have been developed because there's not enough time. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, anybody would, you know, this game would just put the button in the goddamn pop-up. That sounds way easier than, you know, making me scroll the map, click an item and shit like that. It just doesn't make any sense. And it's just horrible UI decisions. And I actually wanted to make a video on that at some point. How horrible the UI at some points is. Because there's really bad UIs. Also like the teleporting. If you want to teleport on the map, like the clicking on the waypoint. It's like actually so difficult. You have to exactly focus this waypoint to click on it. If you click like a millimeter off the center of the waypoint, you're not gonna teleport to it, and the map just starts moving. For some reason, some of the clicks are counted as drag, so it's dragging the map instead of teleporting you to the waypoint. Like, these things are just so horrible. And you could just get away with that by just giving me a legit menu to teleport to. Like, I don't even know what game did it. What game was the game where you have, like, just, you open the map and then you get the list of the waypoints to port to? I think there was... I mean, in D2, obviously, they had the waypoints in the list and you could just click on it, but there was another game. I don't know which one it was. But, you know, isn't the list way more comfortable than scrolling over the map and find the waypoint? I mean, I don't even imagine how annoying it's gonna be on console. Like, you have to open the map and then you have to use, like, your like, analog stick to, you know, find the location, and then you have to, you know, hover over it and click it. That just sounds, like, so annoying to me. And that's just things they have to improve on. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that's way more intuitive, right? So just use the up and down buttons if you are, like, on a controller. Because, you know, nobody wants to scroll with a controller to target something, right? That's just not how you want to use a controller. It kind of reminds me... So, if you ever played, like, SimCity, like SimCity 1, the first SimCity on Super Nintendo, it was already freaking difficult to place your buildings because you would have to use the digital stick to place the building on the map, and it's just not made for consoles, right? You cannot play StarCraft on a console. It's just not gonna work. You need precision of mouse clicks. So, if I would make an UI for a console, I would avoid scrolling, right? I would give them simple choices. And that's what I also wanting, because the game is console first, basically, right? So if it's console first, why don't you design the UI to be usable for consoles better? I feel like this whole map story is, like, terrible for consoles. It's way better for PC, actually, with a mouse. And the menus, like the item menus and stuff like that, you notice that they are made for console. Because they are basically based on clicks. Like on buttons. That is, you know, left click, right click, no context menus and stuff like that. But PoE2 is also, well, it's not console first, but it's console friendly, I guess. But yeah, Blizzard games are console first now, and I think you feel that. I've never played on a console. I actually wanted to buy an Xbox to see, you know, if I can just, you know, relax game on the couch a little bit. Just for, like, grinding, because, you know, if I just want to relax and grind, I can do that with a console. But I'm kind of horrified by getting annoyed by Blizzard UIs. But yeah, I feel like it's just a little sad. But I also think it's just a general direction of Blizzard as a company to just not... So Blizzard was for core gamers, right? Back in the days when Blizzard made the good games, right? You know, StarCraft, original World of Warcraft, World of Warcraft Classic, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, you know, Diablo 2, Diablo 1, even Diablo 3. Like, these games were made for gamers. And nowadays, the games are not really made for gamers. The games are made for everyone. and that hurts the gamers, but is good for everyone. So, I guess you cannot really expect a company like Blizzard anymore to do like a game for gamers. Like the console gamer, like if you have an Xbox and you have like 15 different games and you know just play a game for like a couple of hours, and the next day, you know, you might play the next, you know, today you might play some GTA and tomorrow you're gonna play some Diablo and next day you're gonna play some whatever, like, you know. That's a different audience. And I feel like that's their primary audience right now. And they're gonna make the decision to oh, that is ouch. So they're gonna make this decision which audience they want to appeal to, and it's gonna be the casual, the Xbox style audience. It's not gonna be the gamer audience, I would say. What's Sorc build? This is Ice Shards and Andariels. The link is in the stream description. I actually never played Elden Ring. At some point I have to do it. I never got to playing Elden Ring so far. Pretty sad, actually. At some point I have to do it. I don't know when yet. Maybe like Christmas holiday. Maybe Christmas holidays is a good point. A good time for me to play Elden Ring. Because I actually like games like that. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much one of the best games ever made according to everyone, right? I mean, I guess there's no doubt about it that the game is freaking amazing. I just didn't get to playing it yet. But I feel like it's also not bad because, you know, this is something which is not expiring, right? So the game is there, and since it's not a live action game or anything, it's you know, you play the game, you make a playthrough, and you know, maybe at some point you make a second playthrough with a different character or something like that. But it's nothing you're not missing out on it as long as you say, you know what, at some point, you know, I'm gonna play it. And, you know, it's gonna feel exactly the same if I play it now, in 2 weeks, or in 2 years, right? Well, maybe 2 years would be a little late, but... so... It's a different kind of game, right? It's not like a live service game. You just complete it and you have a good time. You know, you put the sound, like, you get loud sound, you have good graphics and stuff like that. So it's a completely different game. You're not gonna go with a build guide or something like that. You're just gonna start the game and you're gonna, you know, play through it, and you're gonna have a good time. And then, you know, once you're done with the game, you're done. And that's a legitimate reason to buy like a $40 game, I feel like. You know, if you get, I don't know how much playtime you will have in the game, probably like 20 to 40 hours, I don't know exactly. But, you know, you play $40 for like 20 to 40 hours, you know what? That's a pretty good deal, right? Well, there's gonna be games like that. So, I mean, there has always been good, like, RPG or roguelike or whatever you want to call it, games coming out. Yeah, 10 years probably. No, I'm not gonna PvP. I don't like PvP at all. I didn't even know it had PvP. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a playthrough of that game at some point, when I have time. That's probably also a game you can play on console decently. I played PvP in vanilla World of Warcraft back in the days. That was actually cool. And it was freaking balanced. I guess I have enough materials soon to make Chain Lightning. I want to make Chain Lightning and Andariel, so I just want to see how it compares to this build, because that has better boss damage. I also wanted to test Spark and Andariel's, but I don't think that's going to be any good. I'm probably not even going to test it. I don't even know if I want to do fire builds. Maybe I want to try Arclish. I think Arclish is one more build I want to try. I want to try pure Frozen Orb, and I want to do Arclish, probably. That's the last two builds after this I'm going to make. Is it worse to farm the goblins much? Yeah, absolutely. If you want to have a boss farming materials and greater FX gear, it's absolutely good. It's very good. Even if you're solo player with the Nightmare Dungeons, you get like a good amount of loot. I mean, I don't really do that, but if you do a Nightmare Dungeon and you get like the Shrine events, so if you get a Greed Shrine with an event and you have a decent build which can clear waves very, very fast, like if you have a Lightning Spear build or Frozen Orb build or Fireball build, something which basically instantly clears the waves, you probably get like somewhere around 20 to 30 goblins out of this. They're gonna drop a lot of boss summoning materials, which are, you know, quite rare. And you're gonna get a shit ton of like the greater FX item bags. So I feel like it's pretty much worth it, yeah. I also didn't play Baldur's Gate 3, but that's also on my list. Oh god, it's the boss range, guys. I played like the original Baldur's Gates. I really liked. I like the original Dragon Age ones, like Dragon Age 2, I guess. Was Dragon Age 2 the cool one? Yeah, right. So I kind of, you know, I was obsessed with like Heroes of Might and Magic, so I kind of like round-based games actually. But also, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty busy, unfortunately, so I don't really get so much time. But it's also on my list of games I want to play at some point. But it's the same story, right? It's not going to run away. Because I really don't care how old a game is. I don't really care about the graphics of a game or anything. So I feel like it's nothing which, you know, is going to get obsolete at some point. You can always play whenever you want. When you feel like it, hey, I want to, you know, I want to play this game now, you can still do it. So I feel like it's not really necessary to just play it because, you know, it's there. No. Like these are like single player games. Like I wouldn't stream games like that. I would want to enjoy games like that, like, and have my freedom. Can I do a tier 8? Yeah, I can. But I might fail. So I might not complete the bosses. It depends. We shall see. But I can do it. But again, this is not for farming tier 8 hordes. I can already tell you, right? This is not gonna be the tier 8 hordes build you're looking for. I can already tell you this. Why would Elden Ring have a gatekeeping community? It's like a single player game, right? Well, I'm not saying it's not viable, it's just not Lightning Spear. So if you remove Lightning Spear, this build is actually alright for tier 8. But yeah, Lightning Spear is just gonna be 15 times better. But it can clear tier 8, but it basically makes more sense to farm tier 7s than tier 8 with this build. That's just what I'm saying. Because the rewards are better. Because you're not going to be able to go through the tier 8 as fast as the tier 7. But I show you. Click something here. So in the dungeon phase, it's very good, but at the bosses, it just doesn't do your damage, and it really depends on what bosses you get. If you get 2 ranged bosses, it's absolutely horrible. If you get 1 ranged boss, it's okay. With 2 ranged bosses, you can basically restart. I mean, you can do it, but it's gonna take a long time. And yeah, that happened, by the way. So I gotta get used to this, because these can one-shot you. Like the first one, the invigorated one. Gotta build up barrier first. Because you have a natural problem against these bosses. Because this build highly relies on crowd control, and you cannot crowd control these. That's why it's also not so good against tier 8s, because, you know, the regular mobs is not a problem in tier 8s, but the other fiends, which are not crowd controllable, they're kind of a big deal. Right, so it just takes a long time to kill these. Because basically all your damage is gonna be against crowd controlled. And that's why you just don't get the events. You cannot kill them fast enough. So you end up not getting all the rewards if you play tier 8. Just don't have the peak damage here. And also it's very annoying that you always have these leftover mobs. I think they kind of bug out if they get frozen at the edge of the map. They really don't... they don't reach you anymore. It's like really, really strange. What was that? I mean, the damage is really still okay in this phase. It's far behind Lightning Spear, but it kind of works. The problem is when we get to the bosses. Yeah, you always have these leftover mobs, which is like super annoying. Also don't, like, you could probably tweak this build to get a little bit more single target damage if you commit into Ice Shards and you remove the damage over time and replace it by vulnerable damage. You can change the Creeping Dash aspect into Shredding Blade, so you can kind of get a little bit more single target damage out of this. But it's still not going to be enough for the bosses if they are spread. It's just the nature of this lucky hit story and the damage to crowd control with frost builds in general. feel like these events are just despawning. You just cannot kill them fast enough. Then you always have like these leftover mobs. It's like super annoying. You just kind of get bricked the edge of the map. Then you have to kill them all by themselves, which just takes forever. So it's really not so efficient. No, if you hold a button and you cast Frozen Orb, it doesn't get cancelled. You can hold and cast, like, look, if I put Frozen Orb and I hold Ice Shards, see? So I can hold it and then I can cast Frozen Orb and it's not gonna interrupt it. You probably have like a wrong setting, but usually you can hold one button and cast in between. That actually works. So there's like a mouse button holding setting. Maybe that has something to do with it, I don't know. But it actually works. I guess it's called skill toggle behavior or something like that. Yeah, you can. I'm holding Ice Shards all the time and I'm casting Lightning Spears all the time. Absolutely working. And I did that with Frozen Orb, obviously. If that wouldn't be work, I would have gone crazy. I'm always holding my main skill, and that works. You don't need to spam it. So again, there's like a setting which is called skill toggle behavior, and that might have to do something with that, but you can definitely hold Frozen Orb and cast Lightning Spears. So that's definitely working. I feel like it's kind of... You kind of cannot kill stuff fast enough. So... I mean, I don't have perfect gear. Like, if you have perfect gear, you can probably get another, like, 50% damage out of this build, I would assume. But yeah, I'm not gonna get that. You cannot hold two buttons at once. That doesn't work. You can only hold one button. You can hold one button and pressing another button is not going to interrupt it. But you cannot hold two buttons, no. No, it works with Lightning Spear and Core Skill. I played this build for like weeks. It absolutely works. You can hold Frozen Orb and cast Lightning Spear. That is absolutely working. Again, maybe it has something to do with the skill toggle behavior setting. See, now you have like all these leftover mobs here, which they just bug out for whatever reason. It's like super strange. No, you cannot hold two buttons. So this is not even a game restriction. This is a hardware restriction, right? So you cannot hold two keys at the same time. That is, your operating system can only hold one key. You can get like special mouse drivers or keyboard drivers to do that. So it actually makes the key hold event a key press event. But if just open an editor, like open Notepad and hold two buttons, you're always gonna have one. So that is a restriction by your operating system. It's not gonna work. There's like software like macros like that, which You know, when you're holding a key, it's a different than if you're pressing a key. There's macros which then basically change the hold key to a press key. So they are basically pressed all the time instead of being hold. You're on console? Well, I don't know anything about console, sorry. But it's the same story, you cannot hold two. So what's happening if you hold a key, it basically spams it like 20 times a second. So that's probably the same which the game does. So you probably cannot hold two keys, or also on the console. But it's the same with PC. So it's not supposed to work like that. I mean, this is also, I'm like pretty unlucky with the boons, but as you can see, not getting the most amount of resources out of this. Wow. Whoops. And these like are a problem for this build because they just cannot be crowd controlled, so it just takes very long to kill them. They can also kill you if you're not careful. So that's why I don't really recommend this build for like tier 8s. Just wait until I get to the bosses. It's gonna be worse. But what's the point? I mean, you hold one button and you press the other. Like I'm doing the same on a PC. Like why would it be different on a console? I don't really understand it. I mean, it worked fine for me on PC. I don't really understand why it would be different. But maybe it is interrupting on a console. So you mean if you're on a console and you hold one button and you press another, it cancels the hold? Is that what you're saying? I don't understand. So you're supposed to hold Frozen Orb and spam Lightning Spear, not the other way around. So if you play Frozen Orb, you hold Frozen Orb and spam Lightning Spear. You don't spam Frozen Orb, you don't spam Lightning Spear and hold Frozen Orb. That doesn't even make sense. So you hold Frozen Orb and you spam Lightning Spear. Holding Frozen Orb, and when Lightning Spear comes off cooldown, you press Lightning Spear. That's how it works. Is it worse to... well... But if your Lightning Spear cooldown is so fast that you can hold it, then you don't need to cast Frozen Orbs. So if you want to farm the Gregory, that's actually one of the most efficient farms for Uber Uniques. Because the materials are relatively easy to obtain and the boss is super easy. All bosses have the same drop chance for Uber Uniques now, so you can basically farm them all. But like Gregory is pretty easy to do because you get the stuff from Hell Tides for free basically. I still don't understand it. I mean, it works with the mouse. Why wouldn't it work on console? I don't really understand. No, you can only hold one key. That's the point. So you hold Frozen Orb and spam Lightning Spear. You can never hold two skills. That has never been working. How would the game prioritize which action? Right? So it doesn't really work. The concept doesn't work. It has never been working on any games. That's why you cannot hold two keys in Windows as well. It just doesn't work. How would the application know which key to prioritize? Because holding a key, the application internally changes it into you press the key all the time. That's what a Windows keyboard doesn't even... Holding doesn't even exist. It just spams the button. And that's why you can never hold two buttons. And it's probably the same on a console, honestly. I would assume the console works exactly the same like a computer keyboard. It will just, you know, transform the signal into like a bunch of key presses. No, there's no RNG in... So... I would assume the console is just a computer with an input device, which is a controller. I don't think there's a difference. Yeah, it doesn't have a Windows operating system, but I think the core technical rules are pretty much the same for that. So now you can see how bad it's gonna be on the console here. I'm gonna change my Ball Lightning enchantment to Ice Blades enchantment, by the way. See, and there's the problem. Like, as soon as you got the ranged ones, now I only have... Like, my first dagger is already gone, right? And I cannot really group the mobs anymore. And now I have to be lucky to group them. This is already lucky, but I have one mob which is not getting any damage. So I will kill two of them, no problem. But I will have a full HP of the third one left, and it's gonna just take forever to kill. And it's just really, really annoying. Right, this guy is just running away all the time and it's freaking annoying. I might be lucky now if I don't die. Yeah, but there he teleported away. So that's really the problem if you have like two of the ranged guys. Especially if you have the flame guy. This build is just not so good against this. Also, you need to dodge like all these Hydra shit all the time, and then you die. So that's really the problem with this. It's really horrible against these bosses. Everything else is not an issue, but it's horrible against the T8 bosses. It's terrible. That was very lucky boss damage here, because I had them group up, but it's very hard to get them group up. You really need like a lot of luck. Right, if you get this, like this is jackpot, right? So, if you get this, you're good, right? But again, like the guy teleports away, as you can see. Now you can kill the two of them, but you're not gonna get them grouped with the third one again. So, it's really so RNG. As long as you have at least two, the damage is alright. But the teleporting is absolutely horrible. So you basically need to have a lucky boss fight to be able to finish this. And now again, you have a 50% flame guy who's just teleporting away all the time. And it's gonna take forever to kill them, and I'm probably just gonna die by getting hit by a random Hydra attack at some point. Because you really don't have the damage here. Yeah, whatever. So that's why I wouldn't play T8 Hordes. Like, even if you can... And this was a good boss fight, right? Sometimes you get two of the teleporters. It's completely unplayable. And, so that's why I do not recommend... I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You really want to play Turel's Might in tier 8 because the fire damage in the boss fight is just too much. If you play Turel's Might and you can face tank the fire damage, it gets much easier. But again, I don't recommend playing this just because of this boss. It's just too annoying. No, the tooltip with holding the channeling skills has nothing to do with it. It's just you cannot hold two buttons, period. It doesn't work. It does work in no game. It works on console for like some games, but it's not working in Diablo. You can only hold one skill. That is just the story. So it's a restriction of the game. So yeah, I mean, if you could get... You would have to get like another 50% damage on this build, which is not a huge issue to do. And then you could probably even do the tier 8 hordes. But there's no point of doing so, right? You would need gear, which is probably the same amount of quality you would need for like a lightning spear build. And this is just not good for farming the tier 8s. So this is more like a mid-game, late mid-game for tier 7s. It's really not good for tier 8s. You cannot hold multiple buttons because that is stupid. Like, you could just hold all your buttons and it is just... First of all, you're flooding the game with commands. And second of all, it is, game developers will prevent you from doing that. They don't want that. The game at some point has to decide for which action to do. They would have to do like some kind of a queuing system, which command to prefer. It's a very complicated concept, and that's why games usually will block this. They don't want this. For a game developer, it's absolute horror. Like how you want to program a game where you can hold 5 different buttons. Like, you're gonna spam the game with input, and the game doesn't even know what to do with it. So it doesn't really make any sense. You can? I can't. I mean, I can only hold one button. I cannot hold Flame Shield and Teleport or something like that. I cannot hold Ice Blades and Flame Shield at the same time. See? I'm holding Ice Armor and Ice Blades right now. I cannot. But again, that's the way how Windows work. You can only hold one button. So even if it works on a console, I don't know, it's kind of weird. I mean, I wouldn't do something like that. For me, it's like cheating anyway. Like holding two buttons at the same time for me is cheating. That's using macros, which is actually not allowed. Because, you know, I could just bind my Q key to press all my keys at once. You know what? That's kind of cheating. Just buy a PC, dude. Then you don't have that problem anymore. Because you can just hold one button. Or play Path of Exile, you can auto-cast your skill. I'm gonna try to make Chain Lightning and Andariels with this. And I think that's gonna be better on Infernal Hordes, like on the bosses, because it actually has damage. Also, the one thing I hate about Ice Shards is that you kind of need to target, at least a little bit. Like, if you shoot the air, like, at some point you're just gonna run out of mana. So you always need to hit mobs to get, like, the whole chain reaction started. With Chain Lightning, you can just shoot the air. That's pretty cool, actually. No, it's not. Well, thing is, the pants is gonna give you 100 times more survivability than Turret's Might. Again, Turret's Might is just for fire resistance. The item itself isn't really useful. It just gives you the maximum fire resistance. And again, if you want to do tier 8, you have to play Turret's Might because, I mean, also you could do perfect dodging in the boss fight. But if you play Turret's Might, you can just stand still and fight because the fire rest is gonna... so you're not gonna die from these random spells. But yeah, I would still play the Temerity, and I played it by putting armor on my amulet, actually. So I played Conjuration Mastery, armor, and no, I played armor, Conjuration Mastery, and glass cannon. So I put armor on my amulet, so I could play all the uniques. That actually worked pretty good. But it's kind of a weird build. But Turrets really... So, from a damage reduction perspective, Turrets is actually worse than a regular chess piece. Because you need the life. So Turret has no life. And the damage reduction is actually weaker than getting the extra life together with the Temerity. Because you have basically the double dipping on life with Barrier. So it's actually better than getting the damage reduction from Turrets. It's really just about the fire resistance. Without Temerity, this plays okay, but it's not even remotely that good. Because you have relatively high cooldown. So you're not gonna have permanent uptime on like your barriers without Temerity. I mean, you would have to invest a significant amount into greater FX cooldown reduction and stuff like that. If you don't have crazy greater FX cooldown reduction, it's a little rough, honestly, without Temerity. Now, the Holy Bolt's damage in this build literally does nothing because you don't scale that damage at all. You don't have any crit damage or anything in this build, so really it literally does no damage. Because you're all scaling non-physical damage and damage over time, so they really don't do damage. And yeah, again, the damage reduction is... So if you would want to go for the damage reduction, you just use a regular chest piece and put like concentration on it or something like that with 25%. So you get actually 4k more life with life and barrier. And you just sacrifice like 15% damage reduction. So it's way stronger, but it's really about the fire resistance. Damage reduction is actually not really needed so much. What's killing you in the game right now is more elemental damage. Damage reduction is not so important. If you have full barrier and full life pool, what's gonna kill you is all the elemental damage stuff. And you had to use Tyrael for this guy before, because he does this triple firebolt and it one-shots you. And now, since they fixed the damage of that, you don't need to play Tyraels anymore, because he's not gonna one-shot you. And you saw, I mean, you saw in the hordes, like, I didn't die at all, and I ate those fireballs, absolutely no problem. So it's really, at this point, it's just about elemental damage. Physical damage doesn't seem to matter all that much. I don't even know if DR helps against elemental damage, honestly. The problem is, if you only have 70% resistance, compared to like 85, it's such a huge difference in the damage input from the fire. So even if the damage reduction would work on it, it's still double the damage, right? So by just getting the 15% extra elemental resistance, you halve the damage of the elemental. And since damage reduction is multiplicative, right, getting 30% extra damage reduction only removes the damage by like whatever, like 15% or something like that, depending on how much damage reduction you have. So getting the maximum resistance is 15 times more important than damage reduction if you die from the elemental damage. But honestly, I really don't know if damage reduction even works on elemental damage. I think yes, but... So if you have like 100% damage reduction, right, and you add another 30%, that is actually, you know, not giving you 30%, it's gonna give you like 12% or something like that. I don't know the exact calculation. So it's basically multiplicative, so you can never reach 100%. And the elemental resistance is actually not multiplicative. It's just gonna be additive. So it's a huge difference, actually. That's why stacking damage reduction doesn't really... I mean, it worked great in... for example, when we could do damage reduction from injured, because we could stack like, you know, 200 or 300% damage reduction, which would in the end come down to like 80% or something like that, right? So I don't know the exact values, but it's basically multiplicative. So you need very, very high amounts of damage reduction for it to be impactful. I mean, it might help against all damage. It just doesn't do a whole lot. So... adding 30% extra damage reduction on top of 100 really just reduces your damage taken by like another 10% or so. It really depends. You have to calculate it. Basically, take all your damage reduction values and multiply them with each other, and then you get the real damage reduction. And the more you get, the less it does. And elemental damage, the 15% max elemental damage is 100%. It's 50% damage reduction from elemental, right? Because you have 70% base, right? And so that basically means you take 30% of the elemental damage, right? So you increase this to 85, you only take 15% of the elemental damage, so you're cutting the elemental damage in half. If you go for damage reduction, wherever that is, where's damage reduction? So I don't think I have any flat damage reduction. Why do I have so much damage reduction from elites? Where does that come from? This is weird. Where does all the damage reduction from elites come from? This is a tooltip bug? We only have like these. This is like, what is this? 13? This is 20% damage reduction from elites, right? Do you have a base damage reduction from elites, maybe? I mean, I can show you in town with real damage reduction items. I just don't have one right now. So, I can only tell you, you get one-shot by the ground explosion because they scale like somehow with the hit points of the monster. So if you eat like these poison balls or like the, you know, the fireballs on the ground, they one-shot you. Like, I don't know how the damage works, but I think it scales with monster HP or something like that. Besides that, nothing should really one-shot you. I mean, at least not in Infernal Hordes. Depends on your hit points, obviously, because I'm talking about 70k life plus 17k barrier, right? If you only have like 15k life and, you know, 5k barrier, it's a whole different story. So you basically need to calculate your effective health there. So, I mean, obviously there's like some point of a breakpoint, but if you have, in this build you always have maximum barrier pretty much, so you really have a lot of damage reduction. You get one shot by what? Yeah, Hellfire is also a different story. I never choose Hellfire, it always one-shots me. These Hydras, you have to be a little bit careful, they do a lot of damage. Why is there so many? This is like so stressful. Come on. I've never seen so many of these Hydras. Jesus. The Ring of Fire is not killing you instantly, but you have to move out of it very quick. But usually the Ring of Fire shouldn't hit you if you're meleeing them. I mean, if you do group play and you have someone who can insta-gip the boss, this is pretty alright, because this also basically crowd controls everything, right? So your group is not gonna have any issues, because everything is gonna be frozen. And it has very strong damage. Especially if monsters have more HP, this actually, you know, if you go in a high tier pit and you shoot like a big pack of elites with this, you get like 3-4 billion damage ticks out of the Andariels if the monsters live long enough. So I guess this could be beneficial if you do some kind of a high tier pit pushing group play. But I guess usually if you do high tier pit pushing, the monsters are not your issue, it's the boss, so it would really not benefit you. But yeah, in Hordes or something like that, you know, it's probably good. Why not? If you have somebody who kills the boss for you. So I'm gonna show you with the whole damage reduction story. Gotta get some damage reduction stuff here. So if you get damage reduction stuff, so let's take this one here. Can't use. What else do we have with damage? This actually. Shaco. I don't know if Shaco shows in the tooltip though, but Ball says unstoppable. So now if you look at the damage reduction, right? So I don't have any flat damage reduction, right? So let's put Turrets on. Now we have 44, right? Now we put Shaco on, and now we have 55, right? So as you can see, Shaco gives 20% damage reduction, right? And I'm jumping from 44 to 55. So it's only half the value.
Hello.
Now let's put another one on, right? This has 22.5, and we put it on. So you jump from, again, you get a 10%. So we already at half the effectiveness, and it gets lower and lower and lower. So really stacking a lot of damage reduction is, you really need to stack very high to get a huge effect of this. So it says reduce incoming damage taken from all sources after applying your armor or non-physical resistance, right? So it says it works for all, basically. But that is why you have such a big difference between adding the 15% extra fire res and adding 30-40% extra damage reduction. This is really going from 70 to 85 is going to cut fire damage in half, and damage reduction is much less effective the more you stack. That's the story with the damage reduction there. It really works if you can get very, very high damage reduction values. Like it was in Season 3 and Season 2 where we could get the damage reduction from injured. So we could stack like 300 or like 200 or 300% damage reduction. So in the end it would go down to like a very, very low total amount. You get a 3 masterworking on DR in Shaco. You cannot masterwork the DR on Shaco. What are you trying? You mean Turrets, right? Yeah. Wait, so how much do we have? 9.8k. That's going to be enough for a build. Well, why are you trying? Like, I would never try. Honestly, you're chasing stars. Just hit it twice, call it a day. Honestly, those 5% is not going to make any difference whatsoever. You are talking about the very, very, very high end. Like, these 5% are minimal. It is really not so important. Just, I never go for triple. I would never, ever use my resources to try to triple masterwork something. This is really, you want to play 20 hours a day? Yeah, you can go for triple masterwork. You don't play 20 hours a day? No freaking way. Again, never go for 3 masterworking unless you have no job and you play the game all freaking day. You're not gonna get it. Even if you, like, it is still RNG, right? Like, I have one item, I have 2 items actually with triple masterworking crits. Like, I have this, you know, if I hit it twice, you know, I just call it a day. And if I get lucky, you know what, I'm lucky. But I would never redo these. This is just, it is extremely expensive and the reward is like literally nothing. Yeah, it can take, that's what I say, that's RNG. So, but there's no reason to enforce it. It is, the benefit is not that great. People are telling you need to triple masterwork shit. It is absolutely not true. Like, you're really talking about like the last nuance here. like the amount of the effort you spend into triple masterworking and Shaco, you know, try to get a greater FX cooldown reduction Tal-Rasha ring or something like that. Like try to focus on something else. That's my recommendation. I mean, like technically, it's, you know, technically if you want a triple master work a Shaco, right? That is, I don't even know what it's gonna cost you. But you know, it's a 1 in 4, right? So you can basically ignore the first round, right? Let's just say the first is given because it doesn't really cost any materials. So you have technically a 1 in 16 chance. So it is not so much. But you know what? A 1 in 16 chance is, you know, it might as well just take you 32 tries or even more. It is just like it is. I have been masterworking stuff and yeah, it's, what is it? 5 million, right? Yeah. I mean, that's like 3 billion, right? I mean, that's not even so unlikely. And I'm ignoring the first step, right? I'm not counting the gold here because I have enough gold. So the first step I ignore. If you include the first step, it's way more, right? If you include the first masterworking, it's 1 in, what is it? 1 in 16 times 4. It's 1 in 48, right? 1 in 48 is the chance if you do all three. No, not 48. Am I stupid? 56? 64, right? 64. Mass is not my strength. After, yeah, exactly. After first crit, it's 1 in 16. So 16 times 4 is 46. So it's 1 in 64, yeah. 1 in 64 if you go from 0. So it's a lot of juice. So again, I do not recommend trying that. Really, if you are that min-maxed that you have all your gear at 2 out of 3 masterworking crits, then you can start thinking about doing that. But I wouldn't. Like, if you don't have 2 greater FX items everywhere, like, don't even care about masterworking your Shaco 2. Like, really, the difference between, like, 3 and 2 is not huge. It's minimal. Well, it is roughly true. Probably if you're like a studied math guy, you will tell me there's like some kind of a weird formula with stochastics, which is telling me that whatever it is not. But you know, technically, everybody on the world will calculate it like that, and the reality is probably a little bit different. But still, it is roughly 1 in 64. That is roughly the chance. It might not be exact, but it's good enough for the average person. Yeah, it is, obviously. So go calculate it, be happy. It's roughly 1 in 64 for the average person. If you go for probability theory, that it's probably something different, but honestly, nobody cares about that bullshit. For everybody else in the world, it's roughly 1 in 64. And you know what? That's probably roughly correct. So, whatever. There's always somebody smart enough with this stupid stochastics like calculation bullshit, which nobody on the world understands. And no, that's definitely not high school. It's not legendary. We're talking about unique, right? So yeah, correct. On a unique, it's roughly 1 in 64. And on a legendary, it's roughly 1 in 125. Like, on a legendary, it's like so freaking unlikely. It's 50% of the time, every time. Yeah, right. Either you win or you don't win. It's 50-50, right? If you want to calculate the materials, obviously it's different. Because, you know, if you cancel after the first try, it's not going to cost a lot of materials. So this is really just for the probability if you're stupidly slamming this, right? It is not calculating the canceling attempts in between. Yeah, well, you're not gonna make him very happy. No, it's not. What you're talking is not correct. Not 1 in 4 plus 1 in 4. If it would be 1 in 4 plus 1 in 4 plus 1 in 4, then basically every person on the world would be running around with triple masterwork gear on every slot. Correct. It's individual properties every time. What you're saying is just not true. That is, and you're talking about high school math, right? That is exactly what we are talking about right now. Is high school math. You always multiply probabilities. So, no, you're just wrong. Also, the roulette, you're wrong. The probability of hitting 0 2 times in a row is literally 1 in 49, whatever, 1 in 49 times. It's not plus. No, it's not any other result because that is exactly wrong what you're saying there. You should go back to high school because that is actually not true. Yes, hitting 2 consecutive zeros is exactly the same than hitting 1 and a 3 consecutive or whatever, or hitting a 1 and a 4, obviously, but that doesn't make it 1 in 100 plus 1 in 100. That still makes it multiply because you have to multiply the probabilities. That is actually high school math. What do you mean the events are not exclusive? So if the probability to hit something is 1 in 50, and the probability to hit it twice in a row would be 1 in 50 plus 1 in 50, then, you know, we would all be rich people. Correct. It is just not. It is just multiplied. Like, everybody freaking knows that, man. Just go back to high school, bro. It just doesn't make any sense. Go temper your Shaco 16 times, and I bet you're not gonna end up with a triple greater affix. It's just not like this. No, it's not the opposite. It is 3 individual chances after each other. The only difference is, again, that you can cancel and redo it, but it doesn't change a whole lot about that. It is just about saving the materials, but the amount of attempts stays the same. You need 1 in 4 attempts to get the first hit. Then you need 1 in 4 attempts to get the second hit. If you fail, you gotta start over. It is multiplicative. The events are not mutually exclusive. I don't know why you think so, but it's not. It's It's a different event, yes, but the event has the same chances. It doesn't have to be the same event 3 times. It can be a different event as long as the event has the same odds. It doesn't change anything in your calculation. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying, like not at all. It's like complete bullshit. The events are it would be, look, put it in this way, right? What's the odds of getting your Shaco so what's the chance of hitting cooldown reduction on the first Masterworking 3 times in a row after you reset? Right? So you want to hit cooldown reduction, the chance is 1 in 4. Then you reset and you retry. The chance is again 1 in 4. Then you reset and then you retry. It's again 1 in 4. It doesn't matter that it's the second or the third roll. They have the same odds. No, it's not. It is not exclusive because you still need 4 tries. Like, it doesn't matter if it's the second or the third. You need the same amount of tries. They are not exclusive. It's the same event. It literally doesn't make any difference if... Look, if you have 17 different items, like if you have 17 Shakos, right? And you do... No, let's make it 6. Let's make it easier. If you have 3 Shakos, right? And you want to masterwork all 3 Shakos to 1 out of... So you want to crit cooldown reduction on 3 different Shakos. And you do it on every Shako, right? What's going to happen until you hit all 3? Guess what? That's going to be 64 tries. It doesn't matter if it's the first, the second, or the third. Even if you retry, you have to start over. That's exactly the point. You don't hit it, you have to start over. All you're going to do is you're going to save resources by resetting after the first try, but it doesn't change your odds. In any case, you will have to do the same. You will have to hit the first one, which is a 25% chance. Then you have to hit the second one, which is a 25% chance. And then you have to hit the third one, which is a 25% chance. The fact that you're gonna reset in between doesn't change anything. Yeah, I'm gonna stop it here. This is like useless. You're talking about something which is not correct. No, Shard of Veracil doesn't work. The item is not working with anything. Pretty much. The problem is it doesn't work with Crown of Lucion, so it makes it kind of useless. So you could probably play Arclash. I mean, you can play the Firebolt build. I guess it's like decently clearing, but it's again just abusing Shatterbug. So it doesn't really work so great. You can probably do Arclash. But, you know, that's pretty much going to be it. I don't know if I even want to try it. I mean, I have like I have a pretty good one here. So, kind of depends. I guess if you could play Arclash, but that's going to be horrible in Infernal Hordes because you're going to have the same boss issue there, right? You're not going to have great single target damage and the bosses are just going to evade. And I mean, it's probably worth a try, but I don't know if I will get to it. Shatter doesn't do anything, literally. That ability is useless. Doesn't do any damage whatsoever without any kind of buggy fireball mechanics. And I mean, you can use Orange Herald. I just feel like I do more damage without. If you look at the planner, you just need better cooldown reduction, then you don't need Orange Herald. Overflowing energy usually fixes the problem for you. But I have pretty bad cooldown reduction in my gear. But you can definitely use Orange Herald. I just feel like the Shared Misery is better. Because it synergizes very well with the Creeping Death. Not on bosses, but on bosses still. Like if you play tier 7s, the bosses are staggered all the time, so creeping there is still gonna give you 40%, which is pretty nice. Yeah, I mean, Crown of Lucian, unfortunately, it really only empowers skills which actually cost resource. So it doesn't even work with Shard of Veracia, with Arclash. It doesn't work with Blizzard. It doesn't work with the Ice Spikes. It really literally only works with a skill which naturally costs mana. So it's really stupid. It doesn't really work with Lightning Spear. It does work with nothing, basically. Yeah, exactly. It's used for the Firebolt build, but the Firebolt build is, again, it's not a real build. It's again fishing for the boss. Like itself, it doesn't really do enough damage. It still has like this whole shatter burning Firebolt, so it's still the same story. It still works. It's still buggy. I think they just didn't fix it. Now it's a different interaction this time, but it's still like kind of buggy. The build itself isn't like that crazy, honestly. Unless you want to like really fish for like bosses, which is something I would never do. But anyway, I might do another stream on Monday or on Tuesday before the PTR, but then I'm gonna be back on the PTR, I guess. So thanks for watching. Take care. Late here.